these changes are related to the some request of our colleagues, but we try to have the constant time of presentation for all colleagues. So today, before my technical speech, I will have some promotional speech about the immersive technologies for promotion of academic integrity. After this, we will have the same program as it marked before, and we have 2 or 3 replacement in the schedule, and it's not a problem for you because all the time for your presentation is constant. So session A, 20 minutes with 5 minutes for question and answer session, and session B, this session is for Ukrainian representatives with the 10 minutes in general, and from this 10 minutes we'll have 3 minutes for questions and answer session. So it's very important to note for our Ukrainian colleague, and this issue refers to Ukrainian colleagues, that we have no show, no paper policy. So this conference not about the abstract of this conference and one more publication in your CV. This conference is about your presentation. So it's a common rule for all well-known conferences and organizations. And if you want to have the publication, you need to present this material. So these are all technical and organizational issues. And after this, let me move to my presentation. This presentation will be about immersion technologies in higher education for promotion of academic integrity. But before this, I will share the conference program with you. So this conference program, you have this conference program, but some points of this program are rescheduled during the last days, because we had, as I said before, we had some requests. So I want to present some ideas how to promote academic integrity in Ukrainian, but not only in Ukrainian landscape. It's not the scientific investigation, because we have the first steps on the promotion of academic integrity with different immersion techniques, but it's some kind of promotion different tools, how to use the different tools with the best effectiveness to promote academic integrity. So I have another presentation. Yeah, one moment. So here is my presentation. Yeah, great. So immersive technologies in academic integrity promotion. Formally, I am the author of this presentation, but I have a strong support from our technical services and technical units at the Sumy State University. So it's our common work, and we have not only some theoretical materials, but we have also some very practical issues how to promote academic integrity with the use of immersive technologies. We have the very strange situation. On the one hand, we have a lot of different recommendations, different educational materials, and regulation and legislative database in Ukraine. We have the organization who supports us in our way to promotion of academic integrity. It's ІІ, ІНАI, ETINET. Tomasz told about this very interesting organization during his welcome speech. We have a lot of documents, recommendation like the European Code of Conduct for Research Integrity. We have a lot of very interesting materials as a result of different projects international from Erasmus Plus, Horizon, and other. But on the other hand, we have the reality. We have the fake science, predatory conference and journals, host writing firms. We have a very active work of these host writing firms. It's like scientific consulting in Ukraine. Yeah. So finally, on the one hand, we have a lot of recommendation how to create a good environment for promotion of academic integrity. But on the other hand, we need to achieve our KPIs for our contract, for different rankings, so on. And finally, we have not good phenomena like fake science, predatory conference, and host writing firms. So we have some result. This I show two of these results. If you want to know more, I think you need to Google or use some other search engine to see how to promote the fake science. It's theory of non-force interaction by Yuri Tesla, for example, lepton gut by Katerina Kirilenko. By the way, Katerina Kirilenko, dissertation of Katerina Kirilenko was the object of investigation of our ethics committee at the National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance. So what we need to do? We need to promote academic integrity as more as possible. Because some colleagues, some students have no the information about the basics of academic integrity. Academic integrity is combating against plagiarism. They have some they have these thoughts in their minds. So it's not only about, for example, plagiarism. It's about the fake science. It's about the predatory publishing. It's about the falsification and fabrication, so on. So we need to create some environment on the university level. Of course, it's better to create something interesting on the school level, but it's not about academic integrity. It's about the integrity at all. And as we have our main activity at the university level, so it's naturally that we create some interesting issues about the using of immersive technologies in promotion of academic integrity. So on this slide, you see immersive word construction methods during the promotional of academic integrity, but not only, of course, of academic integrity. It's some kind of the algorithm for creation of interactive environment for the promotional of knowledge at all. We have the students' involvement to assessment activity. We have the students' involvement to preparation of common educational scenarios. We have the gamification. We have the different type of realities, and we have other methods for immersion, for driving students into the world of honest education and honest research. So we know that Generation Z and Generation Alpha are in the gadget during a lot of time per day. Yeah, some researchers told us that it's about about 8 or 9 hours per day. So we need to dive to their gadget with different immersive technologies, because we have the responsibility to create the honest environment for education. So we have the term of immersive technologies, and as usual, this term refers to the create virtual worlds, augmented reality, virtual reality, different type of gamification, so on. But at this time, I propose to use some multidimensional immersion model for promotional of knowledge. And also it's related to the academic integrity as well. So we have the promotional promotion of educational honest way of conducting of final assignments, tasks, different ways. So we have one-dimensional immersion. It's a verbal experience transfer, different type of creation scenarios of educational environment, and two-dimensional model. It's a fusion of virtual or and real worlds, and we have some type of using virtual reality and virtual worlds for the promotional of academic integrity. In marketing, for example, we have the course and in promotional of academic integrity at the university. So I want to present some examples of using immersive technologies and tools using in promotional of academic integrity. You have the links on each slide, and after my presentation, I will share all links to the chat of our conference. So you'll have the opportunity to see what is the test and what is the core of each tool for promotion of academic integrity. I collect these tools during last 2 or 3 years, and now I have some new examples how to promote academic integrity in a very easy way. But on the other hand, it's very easy to see, but it's very hard to create. And as I said before on the start of my presentation, I am a creator of scenarios for the realization of these items and for realization of these examples. But behind me, we have the a lot of people who support us in the technical things. So the first one is massive open online course, academic integrity, challenges, actions, and successful stories. This course is for the mostly for the students because it's some kind of background, how to use the academic, how to use the best issues of academic integrity promotion in educational lives. We have the different cases, how to promote it in everyday educational life. So it's, of course, most of these products are in Ukrainian, but we have the opportunity to create something similar or something more interesting in English language. But our first steps, of course, it's a national level. So this is the first product. The second product is the educational crafting. We have the case with one of my colleagues. We have the case of using of Minecraft in promotion of academic integrity. It's a PhD level, and we have the special course, research integrity. So it's a course, it's not mandatory, it's elective course, and we have the opportunity to meet our PhD students, not only in Zoom or in Meet, Google Meet, but in the forest, for example, near the fire, so on. We have the Brave Lake, we have the Castle of Academic Integrity, and we have a not very simple way to go to this castle of academic integrity by bots. Yeah, if you play the Minecraft, you know that it's not easy to move, to jump, and to do other actions in the Minecraft. And it's some kind of promotional of values of academic integrity, because it's not so easy to share and to use the academic integrity values if it relates to you. So as a final, for example, we have the integrity castle. We have a lot of obstacles and a lot of people and a lot of negative heroes on the way to this castle of academic integrity. And finally, when we are in this castle, we have the surprise. This castle is empty. And we have the special blocks. And if we want to create the honest environment for our educational and scientific life, for PhD students, it's more about research, we have the opportunity to create the interior of this castle by ourselves. And during the promotional of the main values of academic integrity, we have the opportunity to know more about academic integrity. So it's one of the issues, how to promote academic integrity. We have the very interesting book. This book is for the colleges, for the college students, and we used there the some tools for immersive learning. On the bottom right part of the site, you see the page of this book, and some guy who explain the main issues of this book. It's some kind of introduction. So you also see the link for the description of this book and academic integrity promotional by immersive technologies. So as I said before, we'll share with you all these elements. The next one is the series of banners for promotional of academic integrity. We use these banners at our university, and if some students want to collect all these banners with the use of augmented reality in their case, and finally to achieve the rank promoter of academic integrity, they should collect all banners from all university. They should see all videos with the research integrity promoters, this guy and girl, and finally to receive the badge is promoter of academic integrity. The next one is the using of avatars. 2 or 3 weeks ago, we finished the book about the research integrity. It's some kind of notepad and textbook for research integrity issues for the international PhD students. And we used the avatars on the start of this, of each chapter. I think it's more interesting to hear what's going on in this chapter than to only read the text. So I also, during this day, I also will share the link for this book, and you will see how to use the avatars for promotion of academic integrity. Of course, it's professional avatars. It's not free of charge, but if we want to have a good tools, we should pay for each items, because it's equality, of course. Yeah, you are able to use, for example, avatars free of charge with the limit time of video recordings, but we have another way. We are trying to submit some application for the small grants, and finally to receive these grants and to transfer these grants and money from these grants to the some very small parts of the promotional items for academic integrity. And finally, we have the new avatar. We have no link yet because it's only the testing. We create the avatar for one of universities. And it will be the promoter of academic integrity between the pupil. And it's a very good activity to promote the values of academic integrity at the university. And so what I want to say at the finish of my presentation. Visuals are powerful tool for the promotional of academic integrity. So we need to use these visuals for creation of honest and healthy environment at the university level. And as a result, maybe we will combat the main issues of fake science, predatory publishing, so on. But it's very hard and difficult way, and we are only on the start of this way. So it's finish of my presentation, and if you have the questions, I will be glad to answer on this question, and after this we will continue. So thank you so much for the time of my presentation. If you have any question, please ask me, and after my presentation, I will share with you all links to the promotional of academic integrity items with the use of augmented reality. Thank you so much for this presentation. I hope you will have the questions later after the after you will investigate.
I don't have question, but just a small comment, because your initiative are very suitable. It addressed to how our students are living their life, sort of own life, as Luciano Floridi said. But it's a wonderful idea, and I am totally agree with it. But at the same time, I am thinking about what is happening with them, because they are living such gamification and very piece information consumption and so on. And I don't know if we will not need some empirical studies to see how to address to their particular way to gather information. Because they are in fact, I think their brain starts working in a different way than ours.
Totally.
I am looking what was happened in Romania last month, where what they do, what they did using psychological results on how to manipulate the human mind was unbelievable. It was an expense, and this is what I'm thinking. I don't know, because our scientific knowledge is not so developed, so we can address how to serve information, to not mention that we must foster integrity, which implies character, a lot of automatic emotional reactions, and because I'm working in the moral psychology field, and again, I am puzzled how people judge, not to say behave, because it's a gap between how we judge things and how we behave in real life. And this is what is concerned me. It's not an observation. It's just what my main concern.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bogdan. I totally agree with you that we have not only traits, and we have the obstacles and problems and challenges in the promotional of academic integrity using the different virtual worlds. So I'm ready for the answer on your question, but it's only ideological, but not technical. In Ukraine, in my university, we have the behavioral research laboratory. So we want to test the emotions and behavior of our students during the using of different promotional items in the virtual world. It's not very easy because we need to have the special equipment. We have some of the special equipment for emotions and feelings, yeah, but we need to add some equipment. But you're absolutely right. It's opportunity to promote the academic integrity in interesting way, but on the other hand, it's a challenge to create some kind of I don't know, maybe the big tension of this brain of each student. So we will work together with student and with PhD student to promote the immersive technologies, but not only via a gadget, but in a real world. So my multi-dimensional immersion model, not only about the virtual world, but real world as well. So thank you so much for this, for your speech, because it's interesting for us. Yeah, some colleagues told me, okay, it's great to use the virtual and augmented reality, but I also told them it's also the challenges. Yeah. So thank you so much, dear Yuri. Yeah, maybe you have the question and we will move to the next.
Yeah, I have a small question. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really unexpected experience in the field of sharing of the academic integrity culture. And what is the involvement of students into your research or I mean, do you have a lot of students who's engaged or maybe some of them refuse from their participation in such games and so on?
First of all, if you want, thank you so much for this question. If you're talking about the banners of academic integrity, it's voluntary. So we have no the statistics who is pro, who is contra. Yeah. If we use the, for example, education crafting, it's very interesting. Especially, it's very interesting for foreign PhD students. Yeah, because it's something new for them. So all students support this initiative. So and what is very good, they have no any way, not only the support. Why? Because they create the educational scenarios with the lecturer during the presentation. So it's some kind of involvement for creation of something new. So if you are involved, you said only yes, and you have no any way to say no, because you are the creator of this scenario. If I, for example, if I propose you final scenario, you need to do this, and finally you will receive or achieve this. Yeah, it may be not very interesting, but on the other hand, I have the problematic question. We need to explore what are the academic integrity values. What is the best way to do this? Please propose me this best way. And students told me that we want to see this and this. Okay, we are in the Minecraft environment. If you want to do this, please do this. If you want to do this, okay, not problem. But finally we need to achieve the some values of academic integrity. So it's a positive on the on every side, and tools, because the students are co-creators of these tools.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, and let's move to our main conference program. And I want to invite Veronika Krasnichan. She's a representative of European Network for Academic Integrity to the presentation, the academic integrity puzzle, how European Network for Academic Integrity connects the pieces. Veronika, the floor is yours, and it's a great pleasure to see you here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Artem. I'll share my screen. hopefully. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet. Yeah, it started. Great.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Veronika Krasnichan, and I am the Executive Director of the European Network for Academic Integrity. It's a real honor to be here today at this conference for the second time. I can see how you moved from the first year and how bigger the conference became. So I'm really glad to see this success. My presentation is entitled "The Academic Integrity Puzzle: How and I Connect the Pieces," and I'll be discussing the academic integrity here as a global challenge, and I will connect it to puzzle, and I'll try to show you how we are connecting the pieces and trying to help and solve all the issues and actually fill in the gaps which might be in the full picture of academic integrity. Sorry. Okay. So, as I said, we will talk about puzzle because academic integrity is complex. It has many, and of course, it's a challenge to put together because no single entity, no organization on one nation can solve academic integrity and build strong integrity. So to have or to build this bigger picture, it's a shared responsibility, as that. So there's global collaboration. Why it's shared? Why there are these pieces? The pieces are quite unique. If we talk about students, we are not talking about this one ideal student who is honest, who works with academic integrity, who came to the university to really get the knowledge. But we are working with students who are dishonest. We are working with students who has different challenges. We are working with international students who are coming from different nations, from different fields. We have students who came to university just to get the degree, not to get the knowledge. So the pieces are quite different as the shapes of the puzzles. Every shape, every piece of puzzle is quite different. So the students also. It's the same with the educators, with the institutions or researchers, with the university management and with the policies. Every time it's shaped differently. So it's quite hard to fit in the students with the policies, with the researchers and so on. So this is what we are doing. This is what we are trying to find the pieces that match together. And if they are not matching right now, we are really trying to reshape them or switch how they might look and how they might connect to find that connection and to build that strong connection. This is what we are aiming to and what we really want to achieve. Of course, it's a challenge, despite our collective efforts, even because we are here, we are really doing something to connect the pieces. There are gaps, but it's going to talk about all these gaps. And I think it's really important to talk about them because even talking about them, we know about them and we are learning from them and we are trying to, fill them in. So what are the challenges we are currently facing? I think it was like in 2017 when I visited the first conference about academic integrity, and it was all about plagiarism. There were like 100 speakers talking about plagiarism, how to solve it, how to protect it, how to cite, and so on. And I came there with contract cheating, which was something new. There were just few people talking about contract cheating, and that was another issue. Then the year later, the conference was full of contract cheating. And I want to point out now that now we are talking about Gen AI, about online learning, about cultural differences, but we should not forget about plagiarism. It's still here, it's still happening. Even though our focus right now is on Gen AI, we cannot forget about the things we were talking about in previous years because they are still here. We didn't solve these issues, and I would like to just point out that these pieces, these gaps were not filled in, and we shouldn't forget about them. So right now, we are, of course, talking about Gen AI. It's something new. It's something hard to solve for us. It's challenging. So there's for sure a reason why we are talking about that. We are still talking about culture differences, and I think we will still be talking about culture differences as they are so high and so big. We should talk about pressure on students, pressure on educators / researchers. And I use the slash because most of the time the researcher is the educator. So they couldn't decide if I'm going to be the researcher or educator. They have to do the same things. And it's really challenging to be on both chairs, doing everything on 100%. We're talking about industrialization of misconducts, which are essay mills, predatory journals, predatory conferences, and all these really crazy things happening still. There is the resistance of change. It's really hard, even for individuals, to do some changes, even though if you are really passionate about academic integrity, there is the lack of institutional will to tackle the integrity issues, then you feel alone. You feel that you are really trying hard, but you can, move on because it's just you. There are also missing resources, unclear policies, and many more. So this is where NI is coming to the floor, and NI is trying to help with all these academic integrity threats and try to shape the future of academic integrity with filling in the gaps and working with the puzzles. I would like to now present what NI is doing, and I would like to present it in a way that this is something which is not like NI, any company. This is what people are doing. This is what our members are doing, our bond members are doing, people who are really passionate about academic integrity. It's not their job, it's not their work, it's their passion, that it's something they believe in. And it's not NI's work, it's basically the work the NI members and people connected in this community are doing. So even though I'm calling the NI, I'm really talking about every single individual who is connected to our network and who is helping us to build this and do this. So we are a collaborative network. We have 15 working groups working on different topics, focusing on research, focusing on practices, focusing on policies, focusing on students, and so on. We are trying to build partnership even with different organizations. Recently, we became partners with Collaborative Library, which is an amazing project, which is opening the science for everyone, making it inclusive and trying to help the widespread range of people to understand the research paper. We have the membership scheme, which is trying to protect the community also, and we are connected to many research projects. We are organizing events as annual conferences, summer school, workshops, panel discussion, webinars, trying to spread the word and giving all people information really needed. We are not shutting down these events under the paywall or something like that. We are trying to make it as accessible as possible, even though this is really challenging. Promoting academic integrity is not like promoting sale of the shoe, where the many people will come and will be interested in. But we are trying as much as we can. We have our resources. We have database of educational materials. We have glossary guidelines or self-evaluation tools, which are trying to help, for example, students or educators navigate in the academic integrity sphere. And other NI is taking care of the victim support portal, where we are trying to protect victims of academic integrity misconduct and support them and help them to guide their way, what they should do, how they should behave when something really not good happened to them. And also we have Center for Academic Integrity built in UAE. Zinat Reza Khan is the president of this network, and this center was basically at the beginning one of our working group, and now it became official, and we have this amazing initiative under our wings, under NI wings. So I talked about all of this, and I want to show you this in action. Let's see. We have over 80 individual members. We have 60 institutional members. I can say that from Ukraine we have 9 members, and it's the biggest community of people from one nation to be in NI, which is great. NI is trying to support Ukraine as much as we can. So all the institutional members from Ukraine has free membership even for the next year, to 2025. Because we know about all the situation, we have no closed eyes, and we know how hard it is for you to be committed to academic integrity even in this hard time. So this is something, the only and smallest thing we can do. We are organizing a new conference this year. It's going to be in Sweden from 16th to 19th June. We are really looking forward to meeting all of you who are interested in Uppsala. And the QR code here is to our conference, and I will share the link later on. This year we will focus not only to academia, but also to research, pointing out that we will cooperate also with NERC, which is much more connected to research than to like teaching and learning. I was talking about the victim support portal, so I need to mention the FAITH project, Facing Academic Integrity Threats project, where we cooperate with members, for example, from Turkey, who are really helping us to work on the victim support portal and other things. We are building the working groups, and this year we released new working group which is called Integrity for All, and it is focusing on inclusion with students, and we are working on this really important topic with the head of the working group, which is Mary Davis, and she is leading us to learn more about the inclusion, but also do something more for inclusion in academic integrity. We also released the Student Academy, where we are guiding students through the process of writing paper and like being in academia basically, and learning about academic integrity research. And we also had the NI Startup Fair, which was actually yesterday, where we had 7 exhibitors from academic integrity field, and they were presenting their new softwares, their new views, their new activities, which was really amazing. And I'm really happy to share this later this week, even the recording. So really, you can see the different strategies, for example, to check if the students were using AI or not at all. And it was really interesting to see the technological part of all of this. So this is what we are doing. And now I would like to make the call to action to complete the puzzle with us. Because as I said, it's NI, but it's only about the people who are in NI. So if you feel like you need to do something, or it would be nice to do something or something like that, just connect with us, just help us to connect these pieces, and let's be in touch and let's create something together. Because if you reach out to me and say, Veronica, I have a great idea, let's make a new working group and we want to focus only on Ukraine, and let's put all the members together and we will make a research about this and this. And I'm all in. I'll help you, I'll support you, I'll find people from different nations who might join, who might give you an expertise from different fields and so on. So it's only about the action. If there is will, I will make the path. So this is my call, and I'll be really happy to see all of you working together to make academia a better place. Here are some links where you can connect with me via our official email or via our info email. I'm really happy to answer all your questions, and support all of you because this is what NI is doing. Thank you, Artem.
Yeah, Veronica, thank you so much for this call for action and for this mindset that we need to create a puzzle. Because if you have know that some parts of this puzzle, the puzzle is not it will not be created because we have a lot of knowledge, but if we have no something, it's not possible to see the final product. So thank you so much for this presentation. It was great because it's like movie. It's super. Yeah, yeah. It's great because we. If you want to show something, we need to show it with visual. So you did it. Thank you so much once again for the presentation of NI activity and for the presentation of importance of academic integrity activity on the different level, because we are talking about the growth mindset, not about fixed mindset. And if you're talking about growth mindset, it's failure, it's some problems, it's challenges, but we need to overcome it. So thank you so much again. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Veronica? By the way, it's a first presentation from the series of presentation about the activity of different international organizations and different activities. Veronica showed the slide with different pictures and different titles of the project, and we will talk about the FATE project for today as well. So, dear Veronica, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Artem, for giving us a chance to be here.
Thanks. Thank you so much, and for your kind words about the today's and this year conference. So let's move to the next presentation. With a great pleasure, I want to invite to the stage Alexander Bereska. He's a representative of Lviv Polytechnic National University, as well as president of Institute for Open Science and Innovation, a non-government organization in Ukraine. He's an expert in open science, leader of most of all projects in Ukraine, which are dedicated to open science, and it's very interesting to hear his insights and his experience in the promotion of open science principles in Ukraine. So, Alexander, the floor is yours. It's a great pleasure.
Many thanks, Artem. Thanks for inviting me. And it's not the first time, hopefully not the last time, because Artem is very active in actually bringing people together on different events, which he knows how to do, let's say, right? So thanks for your presentation. And let me today share some thoughts about what open science can do for all of us. And for Ukraine, of course, yes, in this changing world. So let me share my screen. I hope you are able to see it. So the role of open science in the changing world. First of all, there are many definitions of open science, right? And the thing is that most of them are not wrong, let's say, right? Most of them have another perspective on this important concept. But to me, this very short definition is probably one of the most understandable. So open science is transparent and accessible knowledge. It is shared and developed through collaborative networks. And in this very definition, which is like a meta definition, which was composed from several ones, we already see the word transparent, transparency, right? And collaborations, which is key things to open science and the benefits it can bring. Of course, today, open science is very much recognized all over the world as a key enabler for many important things. Of course, we all understand that open science is in the center of European research policy, right? In the very center. So everything which is done in the European Union is actually looking at open science as a core enabler of all other things. And we understand that it's recognized at the level of UNESCO, at the level of, for instance, United Nations as well, because United Nations understand that open science and open scholarship are enabling environment through which all sustainable development goals may be accomplished, right? And in US, the situation is very similar. And for instance, last year, 2023, was recognized as the year of open science, right? And the Center for Open Science has many inspiring collaborations, for instance, with NASA, to bring open science to many different spheres. So, but what open science can do in our changing world? So first of all, it gives us strengths, it gives us connections and give us knowledge to tackle global challenges. And it has been super evident during recent, global threats such as COVID-19 and other things, climate change and another very disturbing situations we will now have, and we still have at the moment, right? So it was evident that open science was critical in combating COVID-19 because it enabled quick sharing of data, quick sharing of knowledge, particularly through preprints, right? Preprint servers. And this led to quicker development of vaccines and other means of this threat mitigation. And what is important that after the pandemic, academic community don't want to come back to the old principles, right? To the old style of communication, because they now see how effective, how efficient open science can be. In the context of Ukraine, of course, because I'm Ukrainian, I live in Ukraine, I'm now in Ukraine, right? So it's important to understand that open science can empower conflict-affected academia and help them to help their countries, help their nations to build resilience and make informed decisions. Unfortunately, today's world is not a very safe place, right? And the war in Ukraine is only one of the wars currently happening on the global stage. So here, Ukrainian experience and experience of implementation of open science in Ukraine can serve as a very good example and probably, hopefully, a best practice of such movement in other countries as well. And of course, Open for Climate Justice. If you remember, in like two years ago, it was a topic of Open Access Week even, right? It helped to emphasize the importance of open science in worldwide enabling of climate action and climate research, because open data is constantly used, for instance, in COP results, and other recommendations are also based on this open things. However, if we speak in the European Union, several new important documents are now being actively discussed all over European Union. And one of them is, of course, a report Much More Than a Single Market, right, by Enrico Letta, the former Prime Minister of Italy. And there are several very strong messages for all of us here, not only for people from European Union, but for people in the whole world. So first, that the global demographic and economic landscape have dramatically shifted. The situation is not as it was several years ago, so it's completely different. And unfortunately, the rules-based international order established after the World War II faces serious challenges, as you can see, with Russia and other countries like trying to invest more in, let's say, power politics, more than they should, right? So how can European Union and all of us react to this? So in the framework of single market, European single market, there are 4 important freedoms, as all of us know. So the free movement of people, goods, services, and capital. And that's fundamental. But these are all the values of 20th century. And we need something more. In European Union, and I believe in other countries as well, we need this 5th freedom. Not only 4 freedoms, but the 5th one as well, which is the freedom of sharing knowledge in open and free way. And of course, 5th freedom champions open science. because it cannot, I mean, we cannot speak about fifth freedom if we are not speaking about open science, if we are not speaking about free and open exchange of knowledge, data, and other things. So that's fundamental. And what's important that it's a good idea, but operationalizing it requires, of course, a complex and multifaceted approach with policy initiatives, infrastructure enhancements, like, for instance, European Open Science Cloud and other important things. But, and I will want to quote later now, so unwavering commitment to foster innovation, open science, and digital literacy, which is also an enabler for, let's say, open science, because we understand that open science is only possible if digital infrastructure and tools are in place first, and second, if we have the competencies to use them, right? Because tools without competencies are often useless, unfortunately, right? But it was not only the only report which was super important from European landscape this year, and second one was, of course, the report of Mario Draghi, who is, let's say, a famous economist, and he served as president of the European Central Bank for many years, right? So, and there are many messages from this report. It's super comprehensive. I mean, I can only recommend that all of you get acquainted with it, and it's super complex. But for me, one of the key messages of it was that now European Union acknowledges that its competitive advantage is a little bit weak compared to other key players such as United States and China. And Mario Draghi, who is probably one of the key thinkers in this direction, let's say economist, he states that one of the reasons for this is that European Union wasn't able to reach the planned expenditure of 3% of GDP on research and development. I will not even try to compare it with Ukrainian numbers, right? Which are very sad, unfortunately, at the moment. But this is the reason. And of course, money cannot go from nowhere. But let's think about how open science can help here. And let me tell you that many researchers now are looking at measurable effects of open science. So we understand that on the level of values, on the level of communication, we don't have any questions to importance of open science. But if we try to, let's say, calculate, if we try to make it numerical, what can we see? And of course, there are reports which are now several years old, which say that, of course, there are positive economic impacts, the social impacts of open science, but it was, they are evident, but it's not easy to tackle them, right, to calculate. But let me just show you, I'm not involved in this project, but we have our colleagues, for instance, from TU Graz and other partners who are involved in this project, which is called PASOS, and it examines its Horizon Europe projects, open science impact pathways. So they try to actually understand what specific impacts they have, and they have very good reports on societal impact of open science and academic impact. And now they're preparing economic, right? The study on the economic impact of open science, which would be a very interesting report, and I'm very much looking forward to it, but it's not ready yet. All right. Another aspect of open science, which we cannot neglect, I will just briefly mention it because I can speak about it for probably hours. So the thing is that, of course, artificial intelligence is everywhere now, right? So we need to understand that if we put anything in open access, and if this output, it's a good quality research output, this is a key enabler for present and future AI models to be effective. So practicing open science and working with open access openly, we are enabling future development of artificial intelligence. Let me tell you that I attended a WSEI symposium this year, and there we all know the abbreviation FAIR, right? I hope all of you know: findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable, which is about research data, of course. But now It's kind of a joke probably, but findable AI readiness of data is another abbreviation for FAIR. So it only emphasizes the importance of FAIR data for the advancement of artificial intelligence, because structured and trustworthy data is, like, let's say, best food in brackets for artificial intelligence, and open science can make it happen as well. Just several words about what stops us from being open. And of course, I already mentioned that infrastructure and competencies, it's very important, but also research assessment, because once we stay in the old paradigm of assessing research and researchers, open science will not be able to flourish, because if we count things like impact factors and touch indexes, then we are in the trouble, right? And COAR, Global Coalition of Advancing Research Assessment, tries to change the situation. Of course, we are all more than welcome to see the website, probably persuade the organization to join COAR, and it's a global movement, not only in Europe, but worldwide. And COAR has members from many continents, but the thing is that recognizing the diversity of research outputs and careers, basing research evaluation on qualitative rather than quantitative, let's say, indicators, and abandoning inappropriate use of quantitative indicators can help us make research system better. And of course, there is COAR chapter Ukraine, which also works in this at the national level. And let me just briefly mention Ukrainian, one of the projects where I'm involved in, which is called Open for UA, and which helps to bring this reform on open science and advancing research assessment in Ukraine. And hopefully, thankfully, Ukraine has open science plan, and we are, in this project, we are focusing on task number 5, improving the system of quality assessment of scientific and technical activities, right, in Ukraine. So we have close connection with the ministry, which helps us to implement these things. But the thing is that we developed comprehensive recommendations for open science and research assessment reforms in Ukraine, and it's available in English and Ukrainian. And I hope that this document, this report, will not only be available for Ukrainian institutions and researchers, but also for international audience, because unfortunately, I know that even in the European Union, which makes ambitious steps to bring open science, let's say, to production level, if I may say it like this, there are still many gaps. And our colleagues from European countries, especially in Central Europe, in Eastern Europe, they say that Ukrainian experience here, Ukrainian even leadership here can be an example. So you're more than welcome to see this document, and of course it's an open access, so you can access it and have a look. And also we are now working on making legislation changes in Ukraine, so probably I will be able to also speak about this soon and release this document in open access as well. So I try to be on time, so thanks, dear colleagues, for this opportunity. Thanks to Artem for this super invitation. So of course, if you have any questions, you're most welcome to ask. And please feel free to reach me after this presentation if you have anything to discuss with me. Thank you.
Alexander, thank you so much for your pragmatic approach, how to implement open science, not only emotional part, because at the emotional point of view, we totally agree that we need to implement all principles of open science, but we need, as I said at the start of the conference, we need to have some algorithms how to do this and how to achieve best success in this case. So thank you so much. You marked the Open for UA project. I want to say that you are the leader of other project, Optima. We have last month of implementation of this project, but it's a great opportunity. It was a great opportunity to improve our skills in the open science knowledge and to create something interesting. And during the report stage of this project, I think not only the project participants, but wide auditory will see the result of this project. Yeah, so thank you so much. It's very valuable to hear you as an expert of open science here, and it's some kind of insight for us. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? Okay, I have one question, because as a participant of one the Erasmus Plus project is dedicated to open science, Optima, we have some kind of state of art. What are the first steps for implementation of open science at the Ukrainian university? I mean, I am a rector of Ukrainian university. What I need to do in the first step? Thanks.
I mean, I hope Артем will be a rector someday. But yeah, I see the point. So it's very important because institutional level is crucial because it's connected both to personal level because it's about people. Institution is always about people, but it's also connected officially to government and other initiatives because there are KPIs. So of course, first of all, everyone needs to understand why should they implement open science? Because when people are said to do something which they don't understand, it's a trouble. It's always a trouble. But what can help a good and discussed institutional policy? It's something which is of crucial importance. But I mean discussed when it's not, let's say, given as some commandments, right? But which is discussed and ideally built from grassroots level. And especially in our project, we will be developing a toolkit for institutions to implement this. And it will be much easier for us because I know that Sumy State University has a policy on open science. Some other Ukrainian university has also some policies. Some of them are better, some of them not very good, but it doesn't matter. So they have a discussed policy, which is important. So policy, training, and discussion, which is important. So this has three, whales on which you can put your turtle and build your open science implementation in your particular university.
Thank you so much, Alexander. It's also a pragmatic approach because maybe some of us have the thought that we need to do a lot of things, 10 points or 20 points to implement open science, to create the repository, to create something else, but you have the pragmatic approach. Yeah, we need the policy and we need to speak and discuss about these issues in our internal environment at university and between the university. So thank you so much for this presentation. It's very great to hear you and thank you for your agreement to take part in this conference.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, let's move to the next presentation. I want to invite to the speech Vice Rector of Kazimieras Simonavičius University in Lithuania, Loreta Tauginienė, with her presentation, Research Data Management, Too Much Bureaucracy for Researchers. It's one of the presentations that we have the question in the title. So, dear Loreta, the floor is yours. With great pleasure. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Artem, very much for inviting me to share some insights and practice from Lithuania in a very close neighborhood of your country. And my presentation will focus entirely on research data management and definitely that kind of continuity of the previous presentation by Alexander Beresko. And mostly I focus on data, not the full concept of the open science. So my presentation will be structured in the way that I'm really will mention shortly the international principles for scientific data. And definitely I will end up with providing a more comprehensive practice and experience from about the implementation of research data management in Lithuania. So already it was mentioned, one of these international standards in previous presentations, the FAIR principles, and they are the most frequently used and mentioned in European agendas as well as most even national agendas, including Lithuania. Definitely there are some other international standards for scientific data such as CARE principles, but the relevance is depends country by country, which is mean, for example, Lithuania has no indigenous people, so definitely we should not focus or do not pay attention at least now, as we know, to implement care principles. But that's definitely very relevant for Australia, for US, Canada, and probably some other countries in Europe as well. There are some indigenous people, for example, in Finland. So definitely these principles are implemented only in relevant countries that have these people there. Then we have other data principles developed by World Health Organization. So definitely they share their thoughts how data should be treated, and not only by the people who use the data by this organization, but also how organization itself treats the data it produces. So definitely this kind of two-way approach, I would say, in a very socially responsible manner regarding the data. Then there are ARRIVE guidelines, second version, and it's most applicable to animal research, and it helped to understand how to transparently report in vivo experiments. So what is the most useful thing I find as a social scientist that has nothing with animal research is a checklist of recommendation that helps really to navigate whether you as a researcher are on the right track. Then we have the trust principles that are applicable for digital repositories. So they are more relevant to the one who established such repositories and then manage afterwards. So definitely they are less relevant for researchers because for them the primary interest is to find a place to upload the data that they could be in compliance with FAIR principles. If to pick up the first international standard, so definitely digital reports that they have also some standards, how they should store, manage, handle the data by researchers. If to go to Lithuania landscape, what we have here guidelines for ethical review, and just a brief explanation why we started having not so long ago. It was in 2020 that they were approved by the then ombudsperson for academic ethics, and the purpose behind these guidelines was, first of all, to ensure human rights through research conduct and publication of research findings, because there are some really crucial points to consider when we want to address human rights. So one of these is, for example, how to ensure confidentiality or protection of personal data in the research conduct or during research conduct, and also after the end, how we publish data, how we report data, whatever the form of publication is. And definitely to agree with the research community on high-level criteria, how we define high quality and scientifically sound research. And this is kind of social contract among the government, I'd say, and the research community. So we would be all of us on the same page. And the third purpose is to definitely enhance the benefit the society can gain from research as a whole, and definitely to promote public trust in academic and research community, in research data, in research findings, in science as a system. So definitely these kind of key three purposes that were behind the approval of these guidelines for ethical review. And part of this guidelines, we have a research data management plan. So it didn't come up instantly in 2020. It was approved in 2022 when there was a kind of delay in the national policy to provide guidance for the academic community, how research data should be managed. And definitely research data management plan is not something new, but it's also requested by the European Commission if researchers apply for EU funding. And this is how we started to practice or encourage practicing to develop research data management plans. So definitely they refer to a few principles that are relevant also to the research conduct. And the first one I'd like to mention is the reliability principle. So definitely when we as researchers manage our data in a proper way, it helps to ensure quality and consistency. And definitely it contributes not only to the results to be as much objective as possible, but this is also part of the preparatory step for open science, I'd say, when we start working on this principle implementation. Then we also have to be very transparent about the objectives of our research, how we selected and why we specifically selected some methods for data collection and data analysis, and how they are aligned with these research objectives. So definitely this should be very well interlinked and justified when it comes to the research design. Then we have honesty principle, and definitely it is defined as following all the prescribed steps of the research, which is mean we definitely want to describe what we did generally, step by step. So to make a very detailed research protocol, so others could also use it and for their own research. And also honesty principle refers to taking full responsibility for these results, how they were attained, as well as consequences, which is part of accountability, is just to be responsible for the consequences if something gets wrong. Then we have the respect principle. That's really very relatable to human rights when we have to protect personal data, and the way they are described, you may look at the European level is GDPR, and definitely national laws, institutional policies as well. And definitely we should pay attention to confidentiality. We should apply appropriate depersonalization procedures during the research conduct. And confidentiality is very important during the research conduct. So not everyone could have access to these data because they are not yet published. But when it comes to publishing of this data, either in the article or giving a presentation at a conference, definitely the technique to be selected should be very well considered. So it could be, there are different techniques, and usually they come from twofold, let's say, types of depersonalization. It's anonymization or pseudonymization. And the last principle I would like to point to when we talk about research data management plan is accountability principle, which is mean, if we just go back to the previous principles that I mentioned, each researcher should be able to evidence how and what was gained during the research. So definitely show the compliant that he or she followed standards of good research conduct practice, as well as to provide evidence of these. So definitely this kind of detailed step-by-step scrutiny needs from the very beginning to the end. That really helps even to contribute to the open science in a more efficient and effective way. So our research data management plan, it consists of 7 parts. That's not very large or long document to fill in, but as you see, it has essential part, which is you provide general information, we provide information about data to be used for research data collection, then metadata, then research data analysis. We also discuss how we are going to store and to make copies of research data during the research conduct. As well, we discuss whether our data contain personal data, and definitely after the research end, what we're going to do with our data. Should we erase them? Should we store, open, or whatsoever? So definitely that depends by the research design, by the research focus. So just research by research. And definitely I go back to this question mark that I had in the title of my presentation. Again, we are, as researchers, are asked to fill one more document, because for ethical review, also fill the application, and there is also a research data management plan. And I would like to give just a rationale: is it really a bureaucracy or not? So definitely when we are part of the research community, first of all, we should really understand very well what our profession is all about, and definitely how we build the research identity, and through which action we show that we are part of this community with its own set of values. So definitely I refer to the hands-on quote, that yes, all should make a sincere effort to understand what is going on. So definitely we should not just remain outside or in the ivory towers just because we don't like any ideas that make research not only more robust or sound, but also it has potential to create some societal benefits. So definitely there is no research integrity without any effort. Definitely as researchers, we should do a lot in this regard. But once it becomes our routine, I think this is not so difficult and burden, because we just used to do this on our daily basis. So research data management can be part of ethical review. As you might have an idea, not all research is subject to ethical review, but when it comes to research data management, so definitely each research in most cases collects certain data. Then research data management should be considered as a hygiene measure for research work. That's why we need to record all detail and be very clear what we do, because this is how it helps to develop our research protocols. Then research data management is as a measure to prevent academic dishonesty, because the information that is provided in this plan helps to handle allegations related to unethical authorship, falsification of data, fabrication of data. And I think this is kind of even major research misconducts that now are widely discussed at the global level. Then research data management serves as a tool to promote open science. As I mentioned, there is section part in this management plan when researchers have to discuss whether they are going to open science, if so, what kind of data, where, under which license, and so forth. Then we define that research data management is a way to ensure reproducibility. So definitely it relates to the way that another research team comes. It takes these data, use the same method, and they should gain the same results. So this is very important for robust research. And one of the points, so not the last one, but I'm already close to the end of my presentation. So research data management plan is as a tool to estimate potential research waste. So in my practice, I have an experience in filling research data management plans in Finland, Austria, Italy, and practices slightly differ. Some of them, they pay more attention to prevent research waste, which is they ask in application for ethical review already, not only in research data management plan, to provide a very concise literature review in 2-3 paragraphs to convince that such research has never been conducted and it's worth to spend money on that. So definitely this is also important, just to use the existing data instead of producing the data that potentially has no societal value. When it comes to open science and AI, that was a very good question by Alexandre, pointing to the fact that probably by opening data, we facilitate training of artificial intelligence. My question would be whether we should open data if they are generated by AI. And such practice might exist, and I guess it already exists, specifically when it comes to the application of the method of systematic analysis. And I guess there are even broader scope when it comes to the use of other methods. And definitely the question that is connected or linked to this one is whether we are starting littering our research field with such a data. Does this kind of data can generate anything that could fulfill these purposes of ethical research? And in addition, I would suggest to consider to reflect on one of the suggestions made by Graham Kendall, that published his paper just a month ago in the Journal of Academic Ethics Editing. And he suggested, okay, so if you use LLM, then you probably should provide prompts and the generated text to reviewers first. And if the paper is approved, so definitely these should be open to potential readers, to future readers, so they can make a judgment or, let's say, make acquaintance with the parts of the article that were generated, what kind of edits were made to that text. So quite an interesting suggestion. We'll see how it evolves, whether it will be accepted by the publishing enterprise, but I think this is something that could definitely change the understanding about trust in science. Another, and probably the last point I would like to point to as well, there was a report drafted by Czech scholars about research security. They focus mostly on what is happening to China that comes to Europe, more specifically scholars, and how they benefit from the use of research infrastructure. So it's access to the labs, access to research data, and many other things when we have international scholars at our universities. And there was a really, really interesting mentioned from the interview they conducted in 3 countries, and one of these informants told me, oh, there is nothing to steal here, so why we should hide something from someone, specifically in the light that we have to encourage open science. So I would say this is something that we should also be considerate when we also open data. Either it might become accessible to AI or might be to certain threads of some scholars that might really undermine our potential in research. So last note, so too much bureaucracy for researchers or not, I'd say I would like to stay in the position of advocate for open science. So definitely we should do, but since we have new challenges, we definitely have to be very considerate how we are going to reframe and apply in the future the same principles. So we could really remain fidel to the essence of the research and science. These are references that I used to produce this presentation, and thank you. I make a full stop here.
Yeah, Loretta, thank you so much. Wow, very beautiful picture. Yeah, yeah. It's a great to see this. The winter is coming. Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's very important to see how it looks and how it works from experienced researcher, because in Ukraine we have only first steps, as I said before during the Alexander presentation, and data management plan is something new for us. Yeah, for example, in our university, the Sumy State University, from previous week we have the new internal legislative document about the openness of data. So we are starting to get something a little bit more about the data management plan. I want to especially thank you for the fair and care, because it's a real challenge in our rankings, in Ukrainian rankings, during some kind of report for the scientific activity during the year. We have the indicator, a number of fair data which is placed in the repository or as open resource place. So we have a challenge because we are looking for the increasing of number of fair data, but on the other hand, it's a bureaucracy, and we need to create a data with high level of quality. For if you want to use this data, you should be sure that this data is appropriate and good. So we are on this way, but now we have some obstacle, some challenge to go to the quantity of fair data, but not for quality. So it's great that you mark this and the issue of fair care also, because it's very important for Ukrainians. We have a lack of time for the implementation of open science principles, so we need to see how it works in other countries. So thank you so much. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you so much. My question, I had a question, but my question was transferred in my reply and my response to your presentation. Thank you so much for this presentation, because it's other window, it's other door for the successful realization of research with a good quality, with the highest quality. And the data management plan, maybe on some point of view, is some kind of bureaucracy, but it's a tool for spreading of the best practices, and this tool for review and discussing what is the best way to conduct this research. Dear Loretta, thank you so much for this presentation and for agreement to take part in this conference. Okay, let's move to the last but not least presentation for this session A, our morning session, everyday session. I want to invite the representative of Zefat Academic College from Israel, Yoav Eshet, with the presentation, Recovery from a Crisis in Learning Motivation and Academic Integrity of Social Science Students in Israel. It's very interesting because we have the opportunity to see the special point of view from the special area of expertise and area of knowledge. Dear Yoav,
thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and I hope to see you in Kiev in the next year in your international conference.
Yes.
As you're well aware, two democracies are now in a conflict, and it is very important to see how we are reacting with crisis. And today I'm going to shortly present an article about a crisis that we have in the last 5 years, which was the COVID-19. And strictly after that, we came inside a war, and it changed the whole perspective of our point of view. I would like to say that the higher education system in Israel make great effort to instill the student values of academic integrity like honesty, like trust, respect, responsibility, and fairness. A lot of time that we are trying not to do big classes and to do one-on-one, but we have a major problem. When we asked the student, about 70% admitted that they have tried at least once to cheat during the academic studies. There are all kind of influence that are doing that. Some of them, they come from high school, like Note, like all kind of technology that are trying to do with. And that is even before the ChatGPT, which even make it harder. So we try to reduce it. So this article is trying to say what happened when the crisis, what happened to the academic integrity and the influence of the lecturer and researcher. A lot of time I ask my student, why did you came to study? Why are you here? Why are you sitting in this room? According to the self-determination theory, there are three major reasons. The first one is, I don't know, I just happen to be here. And those one are the one that we usually see in the first year and we will not see in the second year. Those are highly motivated to be there. Then there are all kind of extrinsic motivation, like I'm here only to have a degree. The most amount that I want is only to pass. I don't want more, or my parents paid me, so I have to be here, or I think it will be helpful after in the working force, but they are all external reasons. What we are looking for are the one that when we ask them that they say, oh, I love it. I want to get better. I want to fulfill my destiny, to explore my potential. And I think the one that are now here with me with the Zoom is those one. Unfortunately, the intrinsic one, they have the autonomy, they have the will to do and to learn by themselves, are less than 20% in this classes that I'm asking. So the first hypothesis was external learning motivation increase academic misconduct. The determination theory is basic on psychology issue, but have main interest in personality trait. Allow me to introduce you my family. First, my wife, she's very impulsive, the light of the party. She like to, let's do this, like to do that. And her pastry toothbrushes look like that, which make me very annoyed because this is me, strict, going by the rules, German origin, and always try to do the right thing. This is my son. He's 9. He's very stubborn. He likes football and he need everything right here, right now. And finally, I have a small son, which is still toothless because he's a baby. But this is an example that the personality that you have will affect everything that you do. So I have a question for you. Please pick a leaf and write in the chat, which leaf do you think is representing you? Which one of these 6 do you think representing you? Go ahead, write in the chat. So, are you curious to know which leaf did you pick? I'll show you now. I'll wait a few more seconds because I see people are still writing. And this is you. This is you according to this theory. So each one of you can see now, but I will tell you that not many people choose number 5, for instance. Creativity, which is a key important in research, is among students not the one that they will choose. So now that you saw which one are you, I will tell you how we tested the student that we asked in the research. We used the 5 personality trait model, which has 5 big personality traits that usually after 18 doesn't change. And number 1 is openness to new experience. For example, if you have a new software, are you creative? Are you excited? Or you say, oh no, I had finally learned how to use the last one. The second one is emotional stability. When you go inside a test, are you cool and calm? Or are you very nervous and tell everybody, I will fail, I will definitely fail? The third one is conscientiousness. Are you going by the rule? Are you telling other going by the rules? Or are you lazy and you try to do shortcuts? Agreeableness is how much are you kind to other people? How much do you help them? Do you know how to be with a team? And finally, extroversion. Extroversion is the one that are you active. I want to say that Israel in the last 50 years is always number 1 in extroversion in the modern world, because in Israel it's considered to be a very good trait if you can speak your mind. But I will say that in many other countries, it's considered to be a bad trait. So how each one of them affecting academic integrity at the literature. There are 2 that supposed to reduce, which is neuroticism. It's the opposite of stability and extroversion. And there are 3 that are supposed to enhance, which is agreeableness, conscientiousness, and openness. I will say that our second hypothesis was how those correlate to the academic misconduct. And we checked those in the last 5 years. So here's the timeline. First time COVID start was in the ending of 2019. And in Israel, we got inside our first lockdown in March. And our first vaccination, Israel was the first country to start massive vaccination, was in 2020. The first batch was, by the way, to medical and to teacher and university faculty, so they can teach. So during the emergency, we went to emergency remote teaching. And since April 2021, we went to hybrid. I just want to say that my job is a digital learning designer, which means that I'm responsible in my academic college how to teach the lecture to do digital learning inside their classes. And it was very hard in the beginning to go to Zoom, WebEx, or other video. And now, for example, in the war, it was very easy to go. We had 5 different times that we asked the questionnaire, each time something like 200 students. We asked the level of motivation, personality trait, and the time that they are using how to learn and the academic integrity level. So the third and last hypothesis was that during crisis, the misconduct will rise. We had in the whole 5 period almost 1,100 students, that each time it's different student because it's different year. They had an online questionnaire that they had to fill up for something like 10 minutes. And integrity was double. First, it was indirect. If you know about other student, will you tell? Did you know other student that plagiarize or try to copy in test? And in the end of the questionnaire, it was a direct questionnaire. Did you try something? So it took them something like 10 minutes, and here are the main results. First, what we can see that there is a very, very similar pattern of external motivation, which is this pattern up, than the academic misconduct. When the external motivation rose up, so did the academic misconduct. There is a difference between all the 5 periods, and I'll just say that over here it was before COVID, over here it was during the curfews, over here it was when we had vaccination, over here it was when we had finally got the message that it was passed, and this one was in Israeli war with Lebanon and Gaza. What is very interesting is this one. When the crisis started, it was really the academic integrity was pushed aside, because first you want to do what you need to survive. But after a long time of period, the level got back. And even now that we are still in crisis, because the crisis is so long, we adjust. It became one of us. And if you look, the level was in 2019, it's before the COVID got to Israel. And now it is the same level. It got back. So this is very good news. That means that for a short while, it takes the system, it takes the student, it takes the lecturer to adjust, how to learn, how to do different stuff. But when you go to the long run, it will be better. What can we do? We can do to improve the integrity 3 things. First, we can work on the intrinsic motivation. Try to give the student the understanding that in the new market, it's not only the degree. Only the degree was 20, 30 years ago. Now, if you don't go out with the knowledge, if you don't know how to keep learning by yourself, lifelong learning, it will not help them that they have the diploma. They still need to know how to learn by themselves. We can work on emotional stability. As you can see, the minus here say it's reduced the academic integrity. I have to say that emotional stability is something that will help you a lot in a crisis. One of them in Israel, we gave another chance. If you fail in test, that it's not the end of the world. You can do another test in the next semester, and the system adjusted itself. So, for example, I don't know if you know, but in Israel, we almost don't have ever students that are trying to commit suicide because of the test, because the system say, okay, we know it's nervous, we'll help you to get it, we'll give you emotion support, and the whole system is working on it. And last and not least, how to work with a team. If we work on your agreeableness, if we work about not doing all the work by yourself, it will be better, and you could be a better employee after. We have one big limitation. This whole research is subjective because it's self-report. But there is another half of the research, which is by program. And I hope that if you invite me next year, I will show you the objective one, which is by a program that will check for plagiarism. And I have before, after, during, and after the war. I will appreciate if you read the article, which was published not recently in a very good stage, Education Science, which is Q1. You can use this QR or use this form to go inside and read the full article, all the picture, all the images in this presentation are generated by Leonardo AI. No real person except me was in the presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. It's very emotional presentation, and very interesting to see the relation and depends of the between motivation and academic integrity. Yes. So if you are coming to the class, you need to solve the big deal. What you need from this class? Yeah. If you want to have something new, some knowledge. Okay. If you want to receive the diploma, by the way, it's a challenge for Ukrainian university as well. We need a diploma as the evidence of 5 years spending at the university. Yeah, but it's a correct way is to gather to receive more knowledge. So, and it's very interesting that you have the evidence, not only the expectation and prediction of what will be if you have the evidence on your graphs in the digits. So thank you so much for this presentation. It's very interesting to see how to measure level of motivation comparing the level of misconduct. So thank you so much for this presentation. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions?
I put the link in the chat if you want to see the full article.
Thank you. And we have the question from Mary Davis. How do you raise students' intrinsic motivation?
Oh, this is by mainly not boring them to death. Firstly, you have to engage them during the class. For example, I gave you a question and I asked you to do it in chat. But in real class, every class is something like 10, 15 of the lecture. And then there is some kind of activity. Sometimes it's teamwork, sometimes it's something that they write, something they read, something that they see. And then we have a discussion on it, and it makes them interesting. Another thing is to show them that they need it in the reality. For example, I give them a question in percentage, something that they should have known from high school. And then I show them the research that say that when you go to a store and there are all kind of discount, more than 50% of the students in Israel fail to take the right discount because they don't know how to calculate the discount, which one is 50 off of the 23rd. And this is an example. We try to show them that what we are teaching them are in real life. And also all the values of academic integrity, that these are the things that actually will help them after that when they'll be in the market as employee. They will have to stick to the same rule in order to make their full potential. But I do agree that it's hard work, and we cannot reach everybody, but 20% is very low. Even if we'll go to 50, 60%, the whole education system will be different.
Thank you so much for your answer, because it's very interesting. Yeah, because theory is theory, but what is in practice? I have one question before the break. How do you increase the motivation of students in your class?
In my class, it depends if it's in online or not. A lot of our classes now are hybrid because of the war. So what we try to do is firstly do some of the learning in advance, and then do the high level of learning together. For example, you don't give them the short things to read or learn the basic. What you do is you try to engage them in some kind of a task, and then you try to show them how it's relate to their life. I will give an example. I take a class and I tell them, okay, now write me 10 words that are describing the optimal room for you to learn from your home, or to work if it's business administration, like what I teach. After that, I said, okay, take a program, translate it into English, and then I'll take them to a software which can put it on like Leonardo, that will take the words and put it as a picture. And I use Padlet. If you don't know what Padlet is, it's an online board which each and everyone's put their words and their picture. And then we have something like 10 minutes of discussing what are the words that you used. Why someone have, if we use the same program, why someone have window, why someone have tea, why someone they have ocean in there. And after that, I say, okay, that was your first learning in Zoom. Next week, I want you to try and put in your room some of the things that we saw. You cannot learn from your mobile phone. You will need a computer. You will need a good chair. So what I try to do is to take the theory and show them that if you will do that to yourself, you will benefit from it. And it's really fast when they understand that, oh, this is great, I will try to do it. Because in the first day of the war, for example, I had a test, and the examiner say, one of the students want to be in his car during the online test. And I spoke with the student. He said, you don't understand what happened at my home. Everybody at home, everybody nervous. The car is the place that I have quiet. So we try to adjust, and we try to show them how we can make the learning experience more meaningful.
Thank you so much for your answer, because it's important for me as a teacher how to motivate students in different ways. So, dear colleagues, thank you so much for this session. We have the time lag of 10 minutes compared to the to our schedule. So we have the 20 minutes break, and we will see each other on 12:30. So see you later, and we will continue on. Thank you so much. By the way, I shared one more link to the conference program. Yeah, and you will see the schedule. So, dear Ivav, thank you so much for your presentation once more. So we have the break of 20 minutes break. Thank you. Let me introduce our next speaker. It's Zander Janse van Rensburg. He is a subject specialist in plagiarism and writing center manager, and he represents the Northwest University from South Africa. Zander, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
Can you hear me nicely? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Great.
Okay, good. All right, thanks. Thank you very much, Артем, for inviting me to the scientific committee and organizing committee. I'm very pleased to be with you today. I'm going to switch off my video just for bandwidth. And also, Артем, I would like to congratulate you on pronouncing my surname so well.
Sorry, it's a first time. It's a first
No,
time.
you did very well. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to share my screen now.
Yeah.
Can you just confirm? Okay, good. Okay, so colleagues, today I'm going to present something more of, the practical side in the teaching and learning environment. So firstly, I want to explain the title, Unexpected Allies. In November 2022, when I first encountered ChatGPT, I thought that was going to be the end of writing sandwich. But what we found actually was this writing centers, well, at least the one that I'm managing, has become a very good ally with AI, especially the way that we do approach our academic integrity program at the university. So today, unfortunately, my colleague cannot join me, but Johannes is here. He's a senior academic writing consultant and a postgraduate student in literary criticism. He's actually the consultant that does most of these face-to-face academic integrity workshops that I'm going to present today. But firstly, I'll start with a background and context. Then we're going to explain to you what FAIF is. So FAIF is short for face-to-face academic integrity workshops. What the purpose is, what the structure is, common academic integrity issues encountered throughout the FAIF sessions, underlying causes of transgressions, paraphrasing challenges. We focus particularly on paraphrasing because I feel that this is the nexus of higher order academic writing, or higher order skills in academic writing. And so we found that when students struggle to paraphrase, the likelihood that they would be transgressing is quite high. So in the writing center, we focus on that as a means to address academic integrity threats. Then I'm going to discuss the impact we've observed and the type of progress that we've achieved. And since most of you are not part of writing centers, I would like to discuss the broader implications of our findings and our work and how it could be possibly integrated into your programs. So at the Northwest University, we've seen an increase in emissions of AI tools, as most universities have seen. This is due to rising pressures to perform and skills deficit, and of course the easy way out to deal with these pressures. So what's the role of NW Academic Integrity Standard Operating Procedures? It provides a standardized education approach to managing academic integrity violations. So at the NW, I think one of my colleagues is going to present tomorrow, Yolandi Dreyer-Swart. She's our academic integrity officer and she heads what we refer to ITSA. So it's academic integrity for teaching and learning context, the standard operating procedure. So the FAIF workshop is sort of, at the end of this, but I'm going to give you more information on that now. So we have different categories of academic integrity transgressions at the NW. So the first one is poor academic writing practice. So when a student transgresses within this category, we try to use some of the remedial interventions that we've designed throughout the SOP. Category 1 and 2 they are more moderate type of transgressions. So then what we'll do is we'll have students do an IROC P or IROC 1 and then eventually the FAIF. I'll elaborate on that now. And then we have the category 3 to 4, which is severe transgressions. Usually when students transgress within these categories, we refer them directly to our student judicial services. So face-to-face academic integrity workshops, FAIF is short. I'll trigger it after the second transgression. So what usually happens is a student within undergraduate context will transgress, so either through plagiarism or some other form of subtle cheating on AI. So then they would do the IROC or the PMP, that's a preventative measures package, or they'll do the IROC 1, which is built into our LMS, self-paced course which the student needs to complete to further progress in academic work after the transgression, and then IROC 1. After that, we've developed the FAIF intervention as a means to try and address students that have progressed past these 2 points. These previous packages have not properly solved the problem. So therefore it provides a targeted hands-on support to address academic integrity knowledge, paraphrasing difficulties, academic writing skills, and misunderstanding of AI tool usage. So essentially this is an attempt at a holistic intervention. It combines education within the writing center context. It helps with reflection, the conversational platform for students to discuss the transgressions, why and how. And then we focus on, we specifically focus on the skills or the deficits that the student and the consultant has identified. Okay, so the student is referred to the writing center to develop and address the referrals that asynchronous interventions could not successfully. So here are the interventions, like I said, the preventative measures package, academic integrity remedial online for academic writing practice, and academic integrity remedial online course for category 1. So the objectives are to identify possible reasons for the repeated academic integrity transgressions. To address these reasons, if they are writing related, if they're not writing related, we usually refer them to other support departments in the university, such as our Center for Teaching and Learning, which deals with learning impairments or reading challenges. We even refer students to our counseling services if we recognize that the students may be in psychological distress, some sort of, those, non-academic type of issues that you need special, training to address. We find that students sometimes have, either depression or extreme anxiety around academic work. Sometimes familial issues, personal pressures. So therefore, we refer them to these other departments. But we don't just refer them. We also continue with the rest of the intervention to ensure that their academic readiness are at the levels that they need to perform with proper academic integrity. All right. So the components of the face-to-face integrity workshop is there's a briefing. So we will brief the students on exactly what is expected throughout these workshops. Initially, we conceptualized that it could be 2 separate workshops, a phase 1 and a phase 2, but we found, through our daily practice that we are now combining this. But when we have students that still continue, struggling with the paraphrasing, they can come back for these interventions. So then we explore concepts of paraphrasing. We do this because we found that many students have varying definitions of paraphrasing, which mostly consist of rewriting it in your own words. But that's not sufficient for an academic context, and that at that point exactly is where students they misapply paraphrasing within an academic context. So therefore, we discuss the value, the definitions, and we try to bust the myths around what paraphrasing is. Also, so after this exploration, we would then start to discuss different strategies in approaching academic tasks, because we've also found that sometimes when an assessment needs to be completed, the issue starts with task analysis, because students have difficulties understanding what is expected of them. So then we take that particular task, which was linked to this particular transgression, and then we go through the task with the student to see whether we can pinpoint the exact issue. So this can also relate to reading or proper strategies on taking notes, formulating academic arguments. The list goes on. So then we do an exercise. This is an observed exercise because we want to have the benefit of the consultant, which is a more experienced individual, to see how the student physically does the paraphrase. So by observing the student, we can start to pinpoint particular issues throughout the process. Then as the observation is taking place and the student is performing the exercise, we will then provide iterative feedback throughout the exercise to help the student cross those hurdles. And then finalization, we do a final proofreading, revisioning, editing of that particular exercise that was completed, the paraphrasing. So apart from it being a remedial exercise, unfortunately, as a university, we also need to comply with certain standards and policies and record keeping. So even though the ITSA system, this this remedial program is it precedes, disciplinary processes. It can be used, as evidence that the student has completed this. So when, we have, following transgressions, then we can refer back to these exercises as an argument stating that the student has successfully performed exercises, so the student does have proper knowledge. But luckily, we've not reached that point yet. All right. So involves a semi-structured conversation, understanding the transgression, exploring the causes, and addressing deficiencies. What is important about this approach is the collaborative dialogue. It's a semi-structured conversation that unpacks the incident and promotes reflection around that incident. And then, of course, the skills assessment. So the typical questions that we ask in phase 1, which is now the exploration of the particular problem. We ask the student, what was the transgression? Because many times students are referred for academic integrity to transgression and they don't understand. So we enter into a dialogue with the student to understand what the transgression was according to the student's understanding. Also, in the case of AI transgressions, we ask them what model or application was used, which we find, of course, we have a lot of ChatGPT, we have Quillbot, we have Meta AI, and then we also have these obscure packages like these AI PDF readers, which also analyzes the content and so on. Why did the student transgress? So we try to get an honest answer from the students. So within the writing center practice, we have this, more of a constructive approach in our conversation. So it's not accusatory or anything in that sense. So hopefully we have an open conversation, so then you understand why the student transgressed, because if you understand why they transgressed, we can start to develop or co-develop strategies for the student. So what led to the transgression? So important, was the student aware of the instructions related to plagiarism or the use of AI? So interestingly, we found that many students that were referred for AI transgressions, they were not fully briefed on how AI should be used or not be used within an assignment. So even if it was clearly stated that the students should not use AI, they do still use AI because they feel that some of these mechanical processes or manual processes can be replaced by AI. But the problem is when this is not used carefully, it starts to permeate the content, or it starts to resemble AI, and therefore the AI detection starts to pick up on these issues. But it's also important, the questions that we ask is what type of interventions were completed before the 5 session. So in the case where a student did not do AROC 2 or AROC 1, we asked why, because we've also found that students receive these academic integrity notifications, but they don't understand why, and then they just don't do the interventions. So then we understand why they are continually referred. Then we note on the system, and depending on the merit of each case, we follow them the necessary steps to rectify the matter. And then I think I'm going to go with this. So in the end, for reporting purposes, we also want to report on the levels of engagement of the student, because for the most part, the students do partake willingly, but others, they sort of just slouch back into their chairs and passively observe the session. That gives us very good data on what the current state of academic integrity is and the students' attitude towards this. Right, so example of a paraphrasing exercise is we provide a case study to a student, a bit of case study background, because if we think of paraphrasing in academic context, it's never a self-contained universe, or it's not just a single paraphrase sentence. It's always part of a bigger argument. It's integrated. If we think of voice stance and engagement, that's usually the big problem, because students feel, due to the lack of understanding of the proper definition, it's only, changing synonyms So in the past, we had these automated paraphrasing tools, which sort of just flip synonyms, or before that, students just flip synonyms. Now with AI, it's basically done flawlessly, right? And then we provide a passage, which then resonates with the case study, and then ask the student a question specifically directed to these two extracts, so that they are, they could get used to how the procedure works of paraphrasing text. So then they would end off with an answer which resembles something which goes into the text. Of course, we also have them do the reference list input. Right, so anecdotal findings. So the most common transgressions is AI paraphrasing. So Cobot is a huge issue at the moment at the university. So it's more AI paraphrasing than just copy and pasting content that was generated. And then also, of course, using AI to answer questions and summarize. So these PDF summarizing apps, they become a huge issue also. So students would put in the slides or extracts from a textbook, and then they'll have conversations with us, which is not a problem to the NWU, but it should only be used for comprehension purposes, not for production purposes. Then tools like Grammarly, I don't know if you guys know Rightful, but most of these tools, these language tools, editing proofread tools, have an AI paraphraser, which of course then they try to humanize the text, but unfortunately that doesn't always work. Right, and we have our common occurrence of plagiarism, which also relates to some sort of efficiency. And then a funny one we found, especially with one of our faculties, is class notes that's generated by AI. Sometimes we have academics or lecturers that use AI to build their slides or study guides, assignment instructions. So then students would then plagiarize, the notes or the slides, which contains AI. So according to them, they didn't do anything wrong because they didn't touch the content that was plagiarized AI. So many of our students use these sharing platforms like StudyDoc. I can't recall the other names, but these document exchange platforms. So then they will share their class notes and slides on there, which was AI. So the most common reasons for transgressions is underdeveloped reading writing skills. So also through the paraphrasing exercise, we see the students struggle to read the text to comprehend the text. So if there's no proper input, the output will also be pressure to perform. Of course, our students at our university, the curriculum developers are constantly complaining about the lack of credits, the shortage of credits, because our degrees are continually loaded with credits. Because nowadays it's so difficult to train an accountant because it's become such a vast field. So every lecturer wants to pile on in their specific courses or module because they feel it's their own. The students should only focus on their courses. So there's too much work for them. Misunderstanding guidelines as and then limited resources. So in South Africa, I think like many places in the world for developed countries, students can afford text, they now rely on AI to act as books. So it was common transgression for use of AI for so most of the 5 sessions consist of paraphrasing. All right. So we found that almost all of our students are non-native English speakers. interaction that way. Throughout the exercise, it's clear that academic vocabulary, apart from just basic English vocabulary, is pretty strong. So if students don't have the words, they write. And this obviously influences stuff like task analysis, because class assignment instructions are heavily laden with technical language. So we found that by opening up this, let's say, for lack of a better term, a neutral space where students can speak about their troubles and demonstrate their skills, they can get out. We see students making progress because they have this sounding. So we've started to become very insistent on students making notes during the sessions, reading the passages out loud, so that we can have a better understanding. And we've seen that students have actually improved on their reading, because reading an academic text is also a technical skill. So you can read maybe a novel and very well, but when it comes to academic articles, it's quite different. All right. So the relevance to the broader academic community. So students in such a context, so say you don't have a writing center, but you have a research, postgraduate research support environment, or as a supervisor, you can create an environment where the students they are not directly sent to your student judicial services or your disciplinary processes, but they are put into a place where there's let's say, an objective observer or person that's outside of that particular academic process, where students can speak to gain a clearer understanding of what this constitutes misconduct and what it practically constitutes, especially regarding academic integrity, because this is an abstract concept which we have a basic understanding and definitions of, but applying that in academic environment it's not that clear to students, not even academics as much. So for lecturers, we found that lecturers clearly need to communicate to students what level of AI use, what tools are accepted, and it shouldn't be just contained to one sentence or a very stern information session before assignments. We need some practical explanation, showing students, showing them tools, showing them the ethicality of this. In our universities, for most universities, we have the Center of Teaching and Learning, or other support structures are usually the ones that are burdened with teaching AI ethics. But as we know that higher education is characterized by these communities, subject specific communities. Therefore, lecturers, instructors, and supervisors should also speak from their communities on how these tools should be used. And for academic leadership, I can say, especially at the Northwest University, we need to create consistent paraphrasing training throughout the curriculum, because it's not just a matter of academic writing. Paraphrasing represents, like I said, a higher order academic skill of integrating knowledge, understanding knowledge, demonstrating knowledge, building arguments. So I feel that's something that we need to really work on, because if students struggle to paraphrase, they'll continue to go back to AI. So ultimately, repeat offenders need a space to talk about academic integrity prospect. So I think if I can summarize everything that I've presented now, it doesn't need to take the shape that I've presented this morning, but academic misconduct is such a personal. So we can have a lot of data, on trends and on strategies, interventions that are developed, but for each and every person, misconduct is deeply rooted in a personal shortage or personal problem, or something that relates to a very specific problem that needs to be addressed. So thank you, baie dankie en Kiele Bocht. Any questions?
Alexander, thank you so much for your presentation. It's another aspect of implementation for principles of academic integrity. And as for me, to my mind, the writing centers are the very powerful tool to implement the principles of academic integrity in everyday life, not only during the preparation of assessment task or something else. It's about the environment. Of course, it's also about the technical purposes, but it's maybe ideological part, and I'm sure that we need the writing centers at our university. At the Sumy State University, we have writing center, but it's another center. It's a center of grant proposal preparation. So it's something else. But we need the special unit with the promotional tips how to write excellence. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? Okay, I have one question to Zander. Do you have the results? Maybe you conduct or your colleagues conducted the survey about the increasing of level of awareness of students before and after the study at the center, at the writing center. Do you have this information, or maybe it will be your future investigations?
We've completed the first year of interventions. So we just focused on streamlining the whole SOP. So hopefully within the next year we will start to do applications for clearance. It's difficult to apply for these things, especially due to the nature of the personal nature, ethical nature of the intervention. So it will be difficult, I foresee, to get consent from students because they're already embarrassed. Now we are going to do research. So hopefully if we don't succeed in that, we'll try to draw up some experimental design just to test the intervention outside of the actual SOP.
Great, and also we have the message from Yolanda, and also the representative of your university, that only 3% students transgress again after they have been to the writing center. It's great. So, but on the other hand, we need to increase the number of students in the writing center, of course.
Right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
It took too much time.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Zander, for your presentation, for another aspect of the academic integrity promotion from the other side of the world. It's very interesting for Ukrainians, and I hope we will implement this issue and create writing center on the base of the university. Maybe some universities already have these centers, but it need to create some system and systemic network, not only the one or two writing center at two universities from Ukraine. So thank you so much. Let's move to the next presentation. Our next presenter is Professor Salim Razi from Çanakkale Anseki Smart University from Turkey, and the title of his speech is Facing Academic Integrity Threats in the Age of Generative Artificial Intelligence. Dear Salim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Artem. It's my pleasure to be here, and I'd like to say greetings from Çanakkale to everyone who is here. Now I'll share my screen. Just a second, please. Hope you can see my presentation.
Yeah, great.
Okay, excellent. Just a second, please. Okay, today I'll talk about how we face academic integrity threats in the age of generative AI. For this purpose, I'll be making a reference to facing academic integrity threats, abbreviated as FATE, which is a project funded by European Union Erasmus+. And I'll be making a reference to our project results here. And I'd like to thank all contributors of the FATE project. Today I'm joining from Çanakkale 18 Mart University, and I am working as a professor here at the Department of English Language Teaching, and I'm the founder director of our Center for Academic Integrity and have been involved in ІІ previously. And mainly the core aim of today's presentation is introducing what we have been doing under the FATE project here. And hopefully we will have some, I'll be introducing some materials and policy analysis results to you with here. What do we understand from academic integrity policies? Maybe we need to have a common understanding of this. Okay, we want to institute a culture of academic integrity at our institutions, and we consider policies as blueprint documents which will enable us to do this. We know that in a well-developed policy, we need to identify the responsibilities of every stakeholder, including students, lecturers, administrative staff, and others, of course. And we believe that this will help us institute a culture of academic integrity. However, we also need to be careful about it. We need to have an updated policy. Otherwise, out-of-date policies might be harmful. When we check the approaches to integrity, especially making a reference to pain, we see two main approaches. The first approach, namely rule compliance approach, and the second approach, which is integrity approach, differentiates from one perspective. What is this? This is identified by two nice questions by Bertram Gallant. For example, rule compliance approach focuses on such a question: how do we stop students from cheating? Whereas integrity approach focuses on such a question: how do we ensure students are learning? Of course, I don't want to mean that one approach is superior to the other one. However, we need to know how they are differentiating from each other, and when necessary, how we can relate these two approaches with each other in order to create our policies. When we check the relevant policies globally, at a global manner, especially we did it before we started the FATE project, we understand that some institutions lack with academic integrity policies, and some others are having some inefficient or, let's say, ill-designed policies. So these are problems, especially considering the internationalization of both students and academics. And Irving Glendening and Tomаш Foltинек, they already conducted some research about the policies, especially at European institutions. And they investigated the policies of almost every country in Europe in 3 phases. And you see a project result which was funded by the Council of Europe, the 3rd phase of the project. And then we can see the weaknesses of the project, which was our motivation to initiate our research. Now, for the last 2 years, we also focus on the implementation of artificial intelligence, generative AI in academia. Some people started to consider it as a threat, and later some others indicated as an opportunity. Of course, we need to approach it from learning outcomes perspective. These are understanding, considering the assessment procedures. And we need to maybe revise our learning outcomes accordingly and the way that we assess our students. Here, I borrowed a short quotation from Carlos, which was published in Times Higher Education. And it reads that end of semester product-oriented feedback, which comes after grades have already been awarded, fails to encourage the iterative loops and spirals typical of productive learning. Okay, we already know that feedback is important before generative AI, but it is also important to provide timely feedback to students. However, because of time constraints, this may not be possible all the time. I mean, professors might be too busy during the semester to provide timely feedback, individualized feedback to students. So, considering that generative AI might be helpful for both teachers and students, what about the chances of benefiting from generative AI to provide timely feedback, for example? Okay, this is a question, and I'll try to answer it later on. Mostly, academia has focused on the detection of generative AI content. So whether we can identify, discriminate generative AI content from human writing, that was the question. And the results of the tests, unfortunately, are not very promising. So we can assume that it is still problematic to detect generative AI text from human writing because of some issues with the especially false negatives. Now, when we move to the project Facing Academic Integrity Threats project, we are almost approaching the end of our project. Within 2 months, almost 2 months, we will have finalized our project. As Çanakkale 18 Mart University Center for Academic Integrity, we are coordinating the FATE project with partnership from European Network for Academic Integrity in Czechia, University of Constance in Germany, University of Maribor in Slovenia, and University of Porto from Portugal. This is co-funded by the European Union Turkish National Agency. And we have 3 main results in our project. The first project result deals with policies, academic integrity policies at European universities and also across European universities. The second project result deals with pedagogical materials that will be helpful for the prevention of academic misconduct, which is mainly plagiarism in this project. And finally, in the third project result, we focus on helping victims. Those are people who are suffering from any academic misconduct. So we have developed a portal, an interactive portal under INAI's webpage. Now, what about the details of these project results? In the first project result, where we deal with academic integrity policies, we aim to provide a policy guideline for policymakers, especially dealing with good practices. Of course, to do this, at the very first step, we created a policy corpus coming from higher education institutions. And then we have analyzed these policies, and we will be disseminating these policies to policymakers that we are doing right now. After the arrival of ChatGPT and generative AI, we decided to add policies and guidelines relating to the implementation, ethical implementation of generative AI as well. To create the policy corpus at the first phase, of course, we planned our research questions and identified our data collection tools. And then in 3 waves, we collected policies, first from partner countries, then from INAI partners, and then from overseas countries. And then at the third phase, we formatted them and converted when necessary. And then at the fourth stage, we built our web interface for the corpus. And now we are disseminating our corpus. Of course, we aim to have an evidence-based guideline. So apart from the policies, we also investigated the relevant literature. We found 161 documents, related articles in the literature. They were coming from 19 different countries in 6 different languages. And also, our policy corpus included more than 300 institutional policies, which were coming from 27 countries in 15 different languages. So we had an evidence-based approach to prepare the guideline. And also regarding the implementation of generative AI, we investigated the web pages of 200 universities. These were the universities that were top-ranked 200 universities in 2023 by Times Higher Education. And we are still analyzing these policies, their policies, and also guidelines. Maybe it's not right to say policies at this step for these documents, because mainly these documents could be considered as guidelines, some supportive materials, because developing policies, institutional policies, is taking some time. For the second project, we have a proactive approach to prevent plagiarism here. So for this purpose, we collected pedagogical materials from other professors globally, and also we developed our own materials. We have a database. Again, we are using ІІ materials database to promote these materials. I provided the link here. If you're interested, you can go there and filter by fate to see our activities. Especially in this session, I'd like to provide very brief information about what we produce by the help of the FATE project. I had already developed anonymous multimediated writing model, which was found effective in the prevention of plagiarism. So we benefited from this model, where students exchange peer feedback, and they receive feedback from 3 different peers anonymously. So we benefited from this model, and in this model, students are taught academic writing skills in 2 semester courses. In the first semester, we focus on controlled writing activities. So lectures provide sources, lectures give the topics, and check step by step how students are progressing with specifically in-text citation skills, including safe paraphrasing skills, and also safe quotation skills. Whereas in the second semester, students become autonomous authors, and then they choose their topics, and then they choose the sources, reliable sources, to support their claims. Of course, they are writing lengthy papers in the second semester. As you see in these figures, students are receiving feedback, not only from their peers, but also from the teacher. So when it comes to teacher feedback, for example, in my case, I am teaching more than 100 students every semester, which means that providing timely feedback is really time-consuming for me. So we thought whether we would exchange feedback with the students by using generative AI. Last year, we had an experimental study with my students. And you see some screenshots from the latest study by Burcu Özgerazi here. And the concluding remarks from that experimental study was we can safely replace teacher feedback with feedback from generative AI, as long as we give prompt to the students, and we can see what feedback they are receiving from generative AI and how they are approaching to this feedback. And then as long as they are visible to the teachers, it seems that the results confirm that students benefit from this feedback as they benefit from teacher feedback. So we confirmed the superiority of generative AI feedback over peer feedback, for example. So this was something promising. However, there are some restrictions. We need to be careful about the limitations here. I mean, the prompts are super important here, and they need to be provided by the teacher. And secondly, we also provided some training materials targeting both teachers and undergraduate students. There are 6 comprehensive modules. These are indeed self-study guides accompanied by handout materials, visual materials, and reflection papers. You see what modules make a reference to. We draw the components from the relevant literature as well. And you see some screenshots from our materials here, the handout, for example, the video accompanied material, and the questions, self-questions and responses to these questions. So these materials can either be used as teaching materials in the classroom by the teachers, or since they are providing feedback to the students, they can also be used as self-study guides by the teachers. The third project result focused on helping victims of academic misconduct. For this purpose, we developed a digital portal under NIE's webpage, and we have 14 mentors for now there who are helping people who are asking questions by using this platform. This is a safe platform, which means that if anyone uses this platform, it won't be visible to the other people. We have discussion forums, we have some stories and frequently asked questions which are open to public. However, the communication here between those asking questions and mentors, it's not visible to the others. And I shared the link here with you. So what are my concluding remarks? Policies are important. We need to develop academic integrity policies, and we need to revise our policies by considering the recent situations. So for now, for example, generative AI is very important. And for this purpose, maybe we need to understand individualized needs. So prompt engineering and AI training might be important aspects that we can take into consideration here. These are my references, and I'd like to thank you all for listening to my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer your questions.
Yes, Selim, thank you so much for the presentation. As I said before at the start of the conference, today we have a lot of interesting presentation, and we have a special presentation for different projects and different organizations who are responsible for the raising of awareness of academic integrity in different aspects and different issues. So, dear Selim, thank you so much for presenting of this project. This project is very interesting. And more interesting is the implementation of the results of this project. What is very interesting is that you have some specific features of this project which are related to the language models. So it's good to know how to use it for the other issues, and you are clearly explained it. So thank you so much. You have the question from Mary Davis with congratulations on your excellent work. How much would you recommend teaching staff use artificial intelligence for feedback? Are there any ethical issues?
Thank you, Mary. Very nice to see you here. Greetings from Çanakkale. So this is a very important question. Of course, there are ethical considerations, ethical issues. Okay, we can confirm that the feedback from ChatGPT or the other generative AI tools might be helpful for students, or maybe for academics who are searching for publication opportunities. However, the ethical consideration here is from teaching perspective. For example, I'm using Turnitin Feedback Studio when I ask my students to exchange peer feedback. What does it mean? It means that as a lecturer, I can see what feedback does the student provide to the other peer. And the student who receives feedback, what does he or she do with the feedback? Does she make recommended changes with the text, or ignore the feedback? So these are visible to me. For now, unfortunately, it requires some additional effort by the teacher to understand what students are doing with ChatGPT. So for the experimental study, we asked the students to export their chat history from ChatGPT, and then we saw the feedback, and then try to understand how they approach the feedback. For now, technically, this is a barrier. I mean, because of time constraints, this is a barrier for teachers from preventing them asking simply, okay, go and get feedback from generative AI and then revise your paper accordingly. If the systems, if the vendors can provide some practical matters for the teachers, then our tasks will be easier. So for myself, the most important thing as a teacher, I need to see what feedback a student is getting and how he or she is approaching the feedback. This should be visible to me. I hope this helps, Mary.
Thank you so much, Talim, for your answer. It's good to know what are the borders for using of generative artificial intelligence at all in our life, because usually we create some borders for using of generative artificial intelligence for students, but in our case, it's also it's also important to see how to use it for other stakeholders. Dear Salim, thank you so much again for your presentation. It was great, and now we know more about the international projects which are related to the academic integrity. So thank you so much, and thank you for agreeing to take part in this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the invite.
Okay, let's move to the next presentation. I want to give a stage to Dimitar Angelov from Coventry University with a very interesting topic, redefining assessment task to promote students' creativity and integrity in the age of generative artificial intelligence. Dear Dimitar, the floor is yours. It's a great pleasure.
Thank you very much, Artem. Hope you can hear me and hope you can see my slides.
Yeah, we hear you, but your slide in progress, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
It will come through. Hopefully the internet will hold. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's try. Okay. They're moving, right? Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Artem. So, hello everyone. Thank you for having me as a guest speaker, Artem, and it's a pleasure to be with you and see such interesting presentations and distinguished scholars taking part in this discussion. What I'm going to present is a theoretical model that addresses some of the unique challenges that have come about in higher education as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and as well as the ChatGPT's advent, emergence, release into the public space. So this is the presentation is based on a research article that I've co-authored with Professor Martin Peters of the University of Quebec in Outaouais. And hopefully the article will appear soon. It's been submitted to a journal and it's currently undergoing a peer review. So you'll be able to see the whole study. So just a very brief overview of what I'm going to talk about today. A snapshot of the challenges that higher education today is dealing with, and these challenges are obviously the drivers for the model that we would like to introduce. The challenges are around changes brought about by the COVID pandemic, but also, as I mentioned earlier, related to ChatGPT's use in education. Okay. as a result of these challenges, I'll obviously discuss the academic integrity model, the theoretical model that we're proposing. That will be the second part of the presentation, and hopefully we'll have a discussion around it. Okay, I'm having slight issues with my controls. Okay, so what are the challenges that we're facing today? As you know, higher education is a very conservative environment. Academia is really reactive in the way it does things. So to this very day, there is a predominance of traditional assessment methods. In terms of coursework, we're still dealing with essays, reports, presentations, and we also have traditional exams. Now, these traditional assessment methods have come under severe strain due to two what we consider to be major paradigm shifts in higher education. First of all, COVID-19 and ChatGPT. As a result of COVID-19, education shifted online. Learning, teaching, and assessment practices shifted very much online, and we're still very much within that environment. Although universities has made a concerted effort to push teaching back into in-person classroom environment, this has not really happened the way it used to be before 2019. So we are still dealing with many assessment exam contexts where teaching and learning is online and information is online, support systems are also online, which kind of leads students towards adopting certain behaviors that are sometimes contradictory to good academic integrity practice. So in terms of collecting information, processing information from online sources, and then incorporating this information into their coursework. So as I say, these paradigm shifts have made have put a particular strain. There have been particular challenges in terms of academic integrity specifically. So we've also tried to use different teaching and assessment methods and strategies to kind of offset some of these challenges. And these are also aimed at engaging students in this new way of online distance learning. Okay, so with the shift to predominantly online teaching or partially online teaching and partially online assessment, and with obviously the emergence of ChatGPT, there is now a lot more opportunity for students to commit academic misconduct. In the past, we all know about essay mills, and students have had access to essay mills for a very long time. So the challenge in some way is not new in terms of nature, but certainly the scale is very different now because in the past people had to contact an essay mill, they had to pay for the services of the essay mill, whereas these days they have ChatGPT at their fingertips and they can engage in very similar type of activity with ChatGPT as they used to do potentially with an essay mill. They could essentially prompt ChatGPT to produce a ready-made assignment for them to submit. So the opportunity has led to a consequent rise in plagiarism cases, which has been documented in the literature. Another issue that is related to the switch to online teaching and learning is lack of engagement, which has been very obvious during the pandemic, and it's still very much persistent in certain courses. I can tell you that I have taught historically online master's degree courses, and I'm currently engaged in an online PhD. And there's definitely, in my anecdotal experience, there's definitely been a shift in the way students communicate with lecturers, but also the way they take part in an online community as part of these degrees. There seems to be a kind of certainly a detachment, a disengagement with these new ways of teaching, learning, and assessment. So the main, obviously, challenge that came with ChatGPT is that students can very easily pass off text generated by the chatbot as their own, and therefore be in breach of academic integrity rules. As we all know, companies like Turnitin and other providers for different types of detection software have tried very hard to create some kind of a checking system whereby the artificial intelligence, the generative AI text can be easily detected and diagnosed. To this very day, there is no 100% proof instrument that can assess whether a particular piece of writing has been done by a human writer, a human author, or whether it's been generated by ChatGPT, another tool of generative intelligence. So this is my last point, that generative AI continues to be a problem because it cannot be detected. So what can we do? Certainly, there has been a lot of talk about different ways of handling the emergence of ChatGPT and this proliferation of artificial intelligence-generated texts. We know that in the UK and across the world, there have been different strategies promoted. One was to go back to an exclusively exam-based type of assessment, which of course might work in some disciplines and in some contexts, but cannot be applied wholesale across the entire academic community. At Coventry University, we have a lot of STEM disciplines where traditionally assessment has been exam-based. For them, it's perhaps easier to switch some types of assessment from coursework to exams. I suppose, social sciences and the humanities, it's a little bit more difficult. And certainly in all of the disciplines, there are certain types of assessment which cannot be switched entirely to exams. You can think about particularly dissertations or third year writing projects. And when we talk about master's theses or PhD theses for postgraduate students, it's impossible really to make this shift from coursework to exam. The more kind of tempered approach that I think is currently the norm in most of the higher education institutions in the UK is to try and seek some kind of balance between the use of generative AI and obviously fully human authored assessment. So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of the universities in the UK are trying to incorporate some element of generative AI use in their coursework assessment practices, but it's still not very clear how this can really happen in a consistent and academic integrity compliant way. And the greatest problem here, of course, is that there isn't, as we know this from our own experience, there isn't a one firm definition of what constitutes academic integrity. The definitions vary depending on people's different perspectives, stakeholders' different perspectives in the process of maintaining academic integrity. And of course, there are also disciplinary differences. So what we're trying to do in our study is to try and promote a model which creates a level of consistency in the way generative AI is incorporated into coursework assessment practices. So we're trying to modify assessment methods to curb the use of generative AI-generated text in assignments, to curb illegitimate use of AI-generated text in assignments. And there are some references that discuss this issue around unauthorized AI use to generate text for assessment. And we are also trying to create criteria. So there's the consistency for both staff and students that they can apply in their own assessment design, and with the view to clarify how generative AI can be legitimately used in this process of assessment. Okay, so this is a very busy graph that really illustrates our model. So we've called the model Academic Integrity and Creativity in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. So we've come up with this AK, we pronounce it AK acronym. So what you see represented here are different elements of the assessment design process. The figure, you can see there are some spaces colored in blue and in gold. The idea is that all of these are relevant for assessment. All of these factors are relevant for assessment design, but the factors highlighted in gold have, in addition, a particular relevance to maintaining academic integrity. So the model, the way we've designed it, is meant to be kind of read from left to right. So there are two arrows indicating this direction. But in fact, when you approach assessment design, you can go in either direction, depending on which element of assessment you would like to highlight first. So very briefly, I'm going to talk about the different categories, the different elements that we want to highlight as part of this model, and then I'm happy to answer questions. So starting from left to right, the first element that we need to consider when we design a piece of assessment is the teacher characteristics, which includes the experience of the person designing the assignment, how many years they've taught, what disciplines they've taught, how many years the course have run, or the module in this particular case, and what implications have for how the assessment needs to be changed. Certainly level, context, and the research that the person has conducted into the field is also relevant to what type of assessment is realistic for them to propose and examine. So the objectives of the assignment have to do with the different skills and competences that the assignment is meant to build. I'm sure you recognize the Bloom's taxonomy here, which has been modified by various scholars. And what we're trying to say with this introduction of the Bloom's taxonomy is that the further up the hierarchy of skills you go, from understanding and remembering information to creating, the more you are inclined to, the more you are promoting integrity, in the sense that it's difficult for students to plagiarize an assignment which is moving away from simply reproducing information. So by increasing the level of creativity into your assignment, you're also kind of ensuring that it's going to become more and more difficult for students to simply copy paste and therefore conduct misconduct. The type of assessment is also important. We are looking at diagnostic, formative, and summative, 3 different types of assessment. These are mostly to do with how we approach developing students' understanding of the assessment process, developing their assessment literacy. In terms of the third element, cognitive offloading, this is a concept that comes from Philip Dawson's work in Deakin University. The idea is that you can integrate generative AI for certain tasks that at various stages of the assessment process are considered less important. For example, one example of cognitive offloading is a strategy of reverse scaffolding for students' skills. For example, you could, let's say, want to develop students' information retrieval skills, how they go about searching for information through databases. And they could be assigned an assignment where they have to do this manually. They have to manually, in a traditional way, engage with the databases, do the traditional library searches, etc. But once they've proven to their assessors that they can do this skill, then this skill can be easily offloaded onto generative AI. So students know how to do information retrieval. They know how to search through databases. They don't have to prove this, but now that they know this skill, they can offload it to generative AI for simply completing the task more quickly. Authentic assessment tasks. So these are different types of authentic assessment. What we're trying to say is that in teaching assessment, authentic tasks, we are also trying to promote active participation, cross-cutting skills, meta-reflection of how these tasks are done, decision-making and autonomy. These are very, as you know, authentic assessment is very much subject-specific, course-specific and module-specific. And authentic assessment is one way to ensure that we're moving away from simply reproducing information that can be done by generative AI. Characteristics of an authentic assessment task. So they're relevant. These are related tabs. So they are, I'm sorry, I have to come close to see the actual text. So they are, these are the typical elements of an authentic task that's relevant, useful, contextualized, concrete, problematized, complex, engaged. And the way these are implemented to enhance academic integrity is through fostering links with professional work context of the course, the different local current components of this context. And by doing so, we'll encourage creativity, critical judgment, collaboration, communication, and risk-taking. So how do we promote and educate students to engage with these assessment tasks? Well, these are through our instructions in the assignment briefs. The essential ones are in blue, but also what we need to emphasize is that really to promote creativity and to promote authenticity of students' engagement, we need to not just provide a description of these criteria, clear, precise, consistent, reasonable, etc., but also we need to educate students how to meet these criteria. And this is through really practice and scaffolding. Students need to receive very often as part of formative assignment or assessment a clear taste of what it means to apply these criteria in practice in order to be able to do so autonomously. Evaluation criteria also should be included as part of the instruction. They should be part of this development of students' assessment literacy. And finally, sorry, I just need to move the slide. So what we are expecting students to do is to go from simply regurgitating information towards creating. The main, and I'm going to finish with this, my final comment is that the main takeaway from our model is that the way to somehow discourage students from plagiarizing, from committing misconduct, from replicating information is to increase the element of creativity in student assessment. So by fostering, encouraging, promoting creativity, types of assessment that promote creativity, we are really moving away from reproduction of information, and we are ensuring that to a greater extent, our assessment is generative AI proof. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Dimitar, thank you so much for your presentation. It's very interesting because I'm trying to conduct the experiment with the creativity and academic integrity. So your issue and your results of this experiment and your framework is very interesting for my professional point of view and for my professional purposes. I have one question. How can you measure the success in implementation of this model for students?
Well, it's a very interesting question. I suppose it's a theoretical model, has to be applied in empirical studies. I'm not sure. Yeah. I suppose the ultimate measure will be the cases of plagiarism that happen prior and after the adoption of the model. Again, as we know, it's our diagnostic is very unreliable. So I'm not sure to what extent there has to be a kind of a truly reliable measure of to what extent student commit misconduct. But the other, I suppose, marker, so apart from cases of misconduct, the other marker of success will be engagement, because what we're trying to do with this model is also to increase students' participation, students' engagement in the modules, in the courses that they take. So any marker of increased engagement would be, I suppose, an indication of the model's success.
Yeah, thank you. Because we had the I had the question from for Zander from University from South Africa, and I asked him what is the measure, how to measure the success of using to right and center. And some colleagues from this university told me, and this is in our chat, yeah, that one moment, please. That only, as I remember, only 3%. Yeah, only 3% of students transgress again after they using right and center in their career, have to be into the right and center. So it's some instrument for the measurement of success. In your case, I think it's plagiarism is also the level of measure correct its absence of plagiarism. Thank you so much, Dimitar. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Dimitar? Yeah, it's feedback from Irene, very interesting.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you.
So, dear Dimitar, thank you so much for this amazing presentation. Great to know that we have the successful, I hope, successful way to the academic integrity and creativity for students. And what is most important from your presentation is that we have the model how to achieve this. So thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for agreeing to take part in this conference.
Thank you, Artem. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Let's move to the next presenter. This is Evgenia, a colleague from National Technical University of Ukraine, Sikorsky Kyiv Polytechnic Institute. She's a representative of our library stakeholders, and her presentation, the title of her presentation is Information Support for Open Science and Integrity, the Role of the Library. Dear Evgenia, the floor is yours. Dear Dimitar, please finish to share your presentation.
Good afternoon, Artem, and dear colleagues. It's a great honor to be here today. Thank you for the opportunity to take part. Igor Sikorsky Kyiv Polytechnic Institute, KPI, was founded in 1898. Over the years, it has trained almost 380,000 specialists. The KPI is one of the largest educational institutions in Europe. Almost 25,000 students, postgraduates, and doctoral students study here. Every sixth student in Kyiv is educated at the Igor Sikorsky Kyiv Polytechnic Institute. The university has 14 faculties, 11 educational and research institutes, several research institutes, and research centers. The KPI mission to create conditions for the comprehensive professional, intellectual, social, and creative development of the individual at the highest levels of excellence in the educational and scientific environment. As of 2024, the KPI is involved in 145 large-scale projects, including Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, NATO, Erasmus+. Recent years have been difficult for the university. This is the work in the context of the COVID pandemic and its operation in conditions of war. Thanks to the coordinated actions of the entire community, the community of the educational process, and the stable operation of the university were supported. KPI library is the largest technical university library in Ukraine.
Sorry, Evgenia, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you have the presentation or no? Because your presentation is not visible.
Yes.
Please share your presentation.
Something went wrong one time.
Yeah. Please push the button share and choose your screen or your presentation. Irene and Mary told me that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, it's some bug from my side. Okay, please continue. Yeah, of course. Yeah, thanks. Sorry.
Thank you so much. To slide. The library started its work together with the university. It is an information and communication, scientific, cultural, and educational center of the university. More than 24,000 users registered in the library. The area is more than 14 square meters. Librarians joke that it is like for Monacos. The collection includes more than 2 million copies. The collection of valuable and rare edition in more than 14,000 copies. Among the oldest publication is the Fundamentals of Chemistry by scientific German Burgov in 1732. In 2024, we opened the classed space Smart Shelter in the library. It is both an educational space and a shelter. 1 November 1st, 2022, our university was the first among Ukrainian universities to approve the open science policy of our university. The university has taken many steps toward this event. Since 2009, the KPI library has been promoting the ideas of open access, consulting and educational activities. In 2014, the KPI signed the open access mandate. The document declared the development of an open access platform consisting of 3 parts. Institutional repository, open access journals, and open access to conference materials. The open journal system platform is used by 37 Igor Sikorsky Kyiv Polytechnic Institute journals, 13 of which are included in .j. At the beginning of 2022, a working group on the implementation of open science was created at the university. This group has developed the open science policy of the university. The policy implementation aims to ensure the possibility of open knowledge sharing and rise of research results, as well as the integration of the university into the European research and educational space. The text of the policy consists of general provisions, a description of the values and principles of open science in line with UNESCO recommendation, opportunities for access to scientific results, university research data, and open educational resources. It contains a section of intellectual property and ethics, university open science infrastructure, etc. Currently, the KPI faces the following challenges to implement the best practice of open science in the university environment, improving university documents in line with the principles of open science, development and support of the university infrastructure of open science, providing access to scientific results, ensuring the management of university research data according to FAIR principles, raising awareness and building competence in open science. The library has always been a partner of the university in implementing open access and now open science. Since 2010, the library has been supporting the institutional repository of educational and scientific materials of our university, a KPI based on DSpace software, more than 60,000 documents. The library provides information and organizational support for university conferences using both open conference system and open journal system. The library is testing the Open Monograph Press platform via its publication on the CC license, and some university publication are currently available. Representatives of the library are members of the university's working group on implementing open science. In 2023, the Open Science page was created on the library's website. It contains general information about open science and detailed information about all its components. Currently, librarians have prepared most of the information materials about open research data. During 2024, the library held webinars and educational and advocacy events on open science. Our librarians are involved in teaching the academic integrity training course for teachers and researchers. This course is based on the Institute of Postgraduate Educational of KPI. The topic open science as a means of promoting academic integrity is part of this course. Last year, we tried to test the topic fundamentals of research data management. As a way of the course, members confirmed the importance of teaching this topic. Also, the topic of open science is studied by students during the university-wide elective course, Fundamentals of Academic Integrity, in the second year of study. The university is a member is the Erasmus Open Science. Please, 1 second. In 2023, the Open Science page was created on the library's website. Next. The university member in the Erasmus Open Science for Ukrainian Higher Education System project. The library is actively involved in the project implementation. Recommendation for drawing up a research data management plan have already been developed. Based off this recommendation, plans have been drawn up for 3 projects of the university. Now, librarians are involved in creating a template for research data management plan for our university. We have also developed a guideline for presenting research data in Zenodo. And an important achievement, we will have a data steward. We are currently developing a job description. We dream that our experience will help other university librarians and their researchers. Thank you for your attention. Artem, thank you.
Yeah, Evgenia, thank you so much for your presentation. Sorry, I unmute my camera. Yeah, I'm here. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's very important to know what is the role of libraries during the promotion of academic integrity and open science, especially open science, because libraries open space for open science. So we need to know how to promote it, and your case of your university and your library is a very good case, and we need to create something similar in every university and outside the university. And if we are talking about the libraries, very interesting. It's very interesting to know and to hear that you have data officer, because it's one of the part and one of the point for the national plan for open science. So I think it's maybe you are the first in Ukraine, but I don't know exactly. Yeah. Thank you so much, and please we have the some comment from Mary. Thanks for sharing, and some document about similar activity in similar areas from international librarians. So it's very interesting. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? Any other questions to Evgenia? Okay, Evgenia, thank you so much again for the presentation and for the agreement to take part in this conference. We move to the last but not least presentation to this session. I want to apologize for the delay, but we have a very interesting presentation, so and as well as discussion. So our delay is about 20 minutes, and we will start our next session from the after the very short break. But now this is a presentation from Catherine Derry from University of Quebec in Ottawa, and the topic of her presentation is the impact of social demographic variables on the early usage of ChatGPT by undergraduate students. Dear Catherine, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'm going to say good morning because it's 7 o'clock at my place, but good afternoon to everyone. I'm sorry, I'm a little sick this week, so my voice is going to be crackling, but I'm going to share my screen here. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, great.
Okay. Thank you so much, Artem, for inviting me to this this conference. I see a few names that I recognize also in the participants list, so it's nice to see some of the partners that we have on our research project, and I'll talk about that in a few seconds. So what I'm presenting today is the results of questionnaires that were administered 2 years ago across Canada, the United States, and Europe in a number of universities. I just want to say that it's also an article that has been recently submitted that was co-authored between myself and Michel Lopez-Barriot. He's also from University du Québec in Outaouais, which is a Canadian university. So my presentation is going to follow the regular research structure, and I'll try to leave.
Yeah, Catherine, I'm sorry to disturb you, but your presentation is not in the presentation mode. We see the slides and.
Yeah, it's a Google slide.
Yeah. Okay, please switch them from slide to slide in it. Yeah, because now we see only the title page. Is it correct?
Oh, okay. Hang on a second. I may not have shared the right screen.
We see all your presentation, but you share only the first slide, and you need to click.
Here you go. Can you see the outline now?
Yeah, great.
Okay, great. Okay, I was on the wrong screen. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll try to leave some time for discussion at the end as well. So every time we talk about academic integrity in a presentation, I feel that it's important to kind of position ourselves towards what we consider academic integrity. So for me, academic integrity has to do with the 6 values that were published by the International Center for Academic Integrity in the United States. And in 2021, they added courage as a value, which I find very interesting because it's the courage for students of having their own ideas, but also the courage to report a peer, especially in team assignments. And academic integrity would be to make sure that you adhere to these 6 values in anything that you do in academia. As for the definition for plagiarism, this definition has evolved over the past 2 years since the advent of generative AI. So in the past, we used to consider plagiarism as using someone else's work, ideas, or words to pass them as our own. And last year, Martin Peters, who's the director of our research center, proposed a new definition of plagiarism in the age of generative AI. And this one takes into account having to declare or be transparent about the use of generative AI tools when writing assignments or producing any scientific work. For myself, because the debate is still on, but my own opinion is that chatbots cannot be considered as authors. For me, I see them as digital tools that can be used to help to write assignments or produce scientific work. But I don't consider that we should be referencing them, but we should certainly be transparent in declaring their usage, be it for students or for staff or faculty. And one of the reasons for that is that machines are not currently recognized by authors by some high impact journals such as Nature, but also by the Committee on Publication Ethics Council, because AI tools cannot take authorial responsibility for generating text. We basically cannot bring chatbots to court for copyright issues. When ChatGPT came out in November 2022, about a year later, this American study looked at the usage of the chatbot by students and faculty. And as you can see on this graph, students were way ahead of the game compared to faculty, with about 50% of students that had used the tool and only 20% of faculty had used it. So this will be important in the rest of my presentation because I'm going to be focusing mostly on student and what influences their usage of generative AI. So these days, what we need to ask ourselves are 3 questions every time we want to write something. And it has to do with cognitive offloading. So we need to ask ourselves, do I complete the task by myself? Do I complete the task with the help of a machine? Or do I ask a machine to complete the task for me? And that's called cognitive offloading because you would basically delegate part or the whole task to a machine to complete it for you. When we think about new technology, there's this interesting framework that was originally developed by a researcher called Davis in 1986, and it's the Technology Acceptance Framework, and commonly called the TAM. And this framework basically looks at external variables that will influence the perceived usefulness of the new technology and also its perceived ease of use. And that will influence the attitude of the users or potential users towards the new technology and how they're going to be behaving and how they're going to be integrating the new technology in their work as part of a systematic network. When we look at the different variations of this framework that were adjusted over the years, to my knowledge, there's no variation that takes into account sociodemographic characteristic as external variables. When authors talk about external variables, they usually think about the job impact or job usefulness that the technology could have on there. Or they think about policies or directives that are asking workers to use the new technology. So we thought that it would be very interesting to look how sociodemographic characteristic could influence the perceived usefulness or the perceived ease of use of generative AI. And we looked at 5 different sociodemographic characteristics, and you have them on the screen here. And I'll talk about them one by one when I present the findings of our research. The findings will be presented as part of a larger research project that is called the Partnership on University Plagiarism Prevention. And Sumi State University is one of the partners of the partnership. It's directed from my university here in Canada, and it has received the largest funding from the federal government by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada. There's 32 universities and student associations that are in the partnership. That includes over 60 scholars. And we operate in 2 official languages that are the 2 official languages of Canada, which is French and English. And we're about halfway through the partnership right now. So out of the 7 years here, there's like 5 different phases of the project, and we are finishing our data collection right now. There's 3 data collections that were expected in the partnership. 2 years ago, we administered questionnaires. Then last year, we conducted interviews with professors and focus groups with students. And then this year, we're recording writing tasks that are done live by students and professors on the screen. And then next year, we'll be full-blown involved in data analysis and recommendations. And then the last 2 years of the project are meant to design and implement pedagogical material to teach better strategies to students on how to prevent plagiarism. So I'll focus on the questionnaires that were administered 2 years ago. And we received 6,000 questionnaires that were filled out by over 4,000 students and over 1,000 professors. And I'll focus on the questionnaires that were filled out by students. There were 68 questions in the questionnaire, which may seem a bit long, and we did have to exclude some questionnaires that were not fully completed. And there were 5 sections in the questionnaires, the first one being sociodemographic data. And then we were looking at various competencies to write assignments. So informational skills, looking for information on the web, writing competencies, and also referencing competencies. And then in the last part of the questionnaire, we were asking various questions about plagiarism. And that is where we had a chance to add a question on the use of generative AI just 6 months after ChatGPT came out. So for students, there's a bit of the sociodemographic breakdown here that you have between men and women, and also the regions. We're operating in 3 different regions in the partnership. The language of studies were both official languages represented, and on average, the students had been in their program or at university for 3 years. And I'll go a bit deeper into each one of those sociodemographic data as I talk about them in the next few slides. So the question that was asked in the last part of the questionnaire was to help me with my writing assignments. I use artificial intelligence tools. And then as you can see, the first or initial answers that we got were either never or rarely. And again, I want to remind people that this questionnaire was administered just 6 months after ChatGPT came out. So there may be some students that saw that question and did not even know what artificial intelligence was, or did not know what these tools were. And as you can see, we had AI Writer in the question, which is not a tool that really took off after it was first launched. If we go through the different sociodemographic data, I'll just cover some highlights on what we find out. So in terms of genders, male students report a more prevalent usage of Gen AI compared to their female counterparts. And you can also see that for those who declare never using Gen AI, women are 1.4 times more represented than men. And I'll provide some thoughts on why that could be in the discussion in a few seconds here. In regards to age groups, we can see that younger students are more likely to use Gen AI than older ones. However, there's a little bit of an increase in the range of 40s for some reason. So if you can see, when you look at the younger cohort here, the two younger cohorts, it's a higher proportion, and then it kind of gets reduced as we move along. But then when we get in the 40s, it just increases again, and then it drops in the 50 range. When we look at language, more than half of French speakers never use Gen AI compared to English speakers and speakers of other languages. And that could be because a large proportion of universities that were surveyed in the Quebec province of Canada had banned the use of Gen AI at first when it came out. And I'll provide more thoughts on that in a few seconds as well. But we also see that speakers of other languages report using Gen AI to a greater extent than those in French and English, which is very interesting because it's not necessarily showing like that in the literature more recently. And for regions, the proportion of Gen AI user is lowest in Canada, most likely because of what I just mentioned about the ban of the usage at first. And it can also be associated with the language results that were just showed on the previous slide as well. And for study programs, we noticed that the students that are enrolled in social sciences and humanities program report using Gen AI less than their peers. So we see that those that are in computer sciences are the most prevalent users, same with those in STEM. And those who never used Gen AI were journalism and education. And if we think about these two here in the media, there was a lot of news that came out about threats of using Gen AI at first for those two domains. So in terms of a discussion here, when we think about gender, there are some studies that have shown that men and women have different attitudes regarding the use of new technology. They don't adopt new technology the same, and they adopt it in different phases as well. So we consider that this sociodemographic characteristic would have more influence on the perception of ease of use than the usefulness of Gen AI. Because if male users are more inclined to integrate digital tools in their lives, they would find it easier to familiarize themselves with new technology. When we think about academic integrity, the gender is reported as not necessarily be a reliable predictor of plagiarism behaviors by Bertrand Gallant and Eaton as well. So we don't necessarily want to make the link between the two. Even if there's more male students that are using Gen AI than female students, we don't necessarily consider that it would lead them to more plagiarism. In regards to age, there was really a slight difference in the use of Gen AI amongst older students compared to younger students. And although new generations may have been exposed to new technologies earlier in their lifetime, there are several studies that have shown that generational differences among higher education students don't have a significant impact on technology use. So this sociodemographic characteristic could influence both the perception of usefulness and the perceived ease of use, on academic or professional journeys for students, for example, mature students who are returning to university after spending time in the labor market where they were exposed to various digital tools may perceive a greater usefulness in GenAI, and that may be why we see a greater proportion in the 40s of GenAI user. However, the younger students may be at higher risk of using GenAI to engage in academic misconduct because in previous studies, the level of maturity of students is definitely a determinant for plagiarism behaviors. And for regions, the country of Canada represented the region where undergraduate students had the lowest propensity to use GenAI. This could have been explained due to the large number of French-speaking universities where data was collected that either banned the tool or also because Canadian universities, the GenAI tools at first were trained in English, and their operating system was also in English, even though you could converse with them in different languages. So the French-speaking students from Canada were not as inclined to use the tools. A little bit more on languages. Language spoken is not necessarily a factor to determine if students will be more inclined to plagiarize. But there's a growing number of studies that are looking at unauthorized translations as a way of breaching academic integrity. And that's certainly a practice that could be growing with the use of GenAI tools. And for study programs, obviously, the computer sciences or STEM programs have a greater propensity to use GenAI because they have a higher degree of technological competencies, most likely. There's little evidence in the scientific literature that academic disciplines will impact plagiarism. However, chatbots now can also speak in code. So in the computer science, it would be very interesting to look at an increase in plagiarism for chatbots generating code or programming languages on behalf of the students. So I'll leave it at that. You have our website here that I'll put in the chat where you can find the references of my presentation as well. And I'm very sorry about my voice today, but I'm open to questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. It was very interesting to see how to explain in digits the level of using of ChatGPT, and I'm sure that we have maybe the similar picture and state of art for another LLM, but still, yeah, it's very interesting to see how to divide how did you divide the groups with age and other features. So thank you so much again. We have one comment from Dimitar about the GenAI tools and authorship of GenAI tools. Yeah, and we have an idea from Dita, and it may be question for you. Maybe the non-native speakers use the GenAI for language corrections and improvements. How do you think?
Yeah, for sure. So that would be the third category, which is not English and French. They certainly can use it for translation as well as correction and improvements. Because most of the scientific literature on the web is in English, they can certainly use it for translation, as I mentioned, after the fact. And that could certainly lead to plagiarism by translation. So yeah, and I actually allow my students who are not native speaker to use chatbots for corrections, but as long as the original text is not generated by the chatbot, I'm okay with that. And to make I'm going to say targeted improvements in their text as well. So one sentence here, one sentence there, but not a whole paragraph or not a whole page.
Yeah, and it's one comment from Irene. It will be interesting to run parts of the survey again. And Mary agreed with this. Will you plan to do this survey again? Because from year to year, it's rather difficult to predict what will be. So do you have the plans to do this once more?
So we're not going to be administering questionnaires again. It's quite an endeavor to administer thousands and thousands of questionnaires. But what's interesting with our partnership is that we started collecting data really soon after ChatGPT came out. So between the questionnaires, the interviews, and the writing tasks, which are 3 phases of data collection in 3 consecutive years, we can actually see the progression on the usage of all tools, including ChatGPT. So we will certainly be publishing on the progression that we have seen, both amongst the students and amongst the professors. And we can do a lot of comparables with languages, with universities, with regions, with disciplines. So we will certainly be presenting and also publishing on these data as we come along.
Yeah, because as Mary wrote, maybe it's a background for the changing of university policies, some university policies. Yeah, and some feedback on the Dimitar's question, or not question, it's some kind of thoughts about the Gen AI tools as the authors. The consensus amongst international journals is that generative artificial intelligence cannot be cited or included amongst the authors of an article. I have the same opinion, but on the other hand, we need to have the appropriate attribution. What is the role of the generative artificial intelligence in preparation of this article, this assessment, or something else? Yeah, because it's naturally that generative artificial intelligence is in our everyday education, scientific, and everyday life at all. So we need to attribute this because there are many interesting and very useful functions of generative artificial intelligence, but normally, for example, in Ukraine, we have the vision that generative artificial intelligence is a host writer. So it's not correct, finally. And in this case, we have the some contrast. We don't want to use generative artificial intelligence because it's a host writing firm. Yeah, like host writing firm. But we need to change this vision and use generative artificial intelligence not as an author, but with the proper attribution. So do you have, dear colleagues, do you have any other questions? Yeah, dear Dimitar, please. You're welcome.
Hi, sorry. I just wanted, yes, very interesting, Artem. Just to say, it's this is consistent with what you say in terms of explaining your use of artificial intelligence in your research process is what is also recommended by the journals that I've looked at. Of course, the issue is that there's no way of really verifying whether what the authors are saying is correct. And B, as an author, you would probably feel very nervous to kind of openly admit the use of generative AI, simply because there are no current rules that state what is the appropriate use. And this is a part of the problem with the policies that currently exist amongst publishers, is that they don't really tell you. And maybe the reason is that they don't really know. And in fact, it's during the peer review process that your reviewers might decide that this is actually ethical or this is unethical, which kind of opens a whole can of worms. We know that the peer review process is kind of mostly legitimate and mostly done in good faith and mostly works, but there are also a lot of exceptions to how the peer review process does not work. So
We have different opinions. What is the role of generative artificial intelligence and what is the product of generative artificial intelligence? For example, as I remember, I don't remember clearly the title of the journal, but it's very famous. Maybe Science, head editor of Science journal, in his preface or some comment, he marked that if we find the pieces of text with the creation of generative artificial intelligence, it means the plagiarism. On the other hand, it's some kind of paraphrasing, without appropriate citations. So we have the different point of views, but finally, generative artificial intelligence is a tool, but not an author. It's an assistant for creation something or for simplification of our work, but it's not the generator of our ideas. It's a generative artificial intelligence, but not a generator of ideas. Of course. Thank you. Dear colleagues, we have some delay, but you see that we have very intensive conversation and meetings. So now we have 10 minutes break, and after the break we will return and we will start our next session. Our next session will cosmetically rescheduled because I have the request from Dita about the placement of her and Irene presentation after the dinner. So we'll start in 10 minutes, 10 minutes to 3, and we'll continue our session. Okay, short break, but I want to return as soon as possible. Thank you. Break. We start this section with the speech understanding students' needs and experiences regarding academic integrity and misconduct by representatives of European Network for Academic Integrity, Dita Dlabolova and Irene Rendinen. Dita, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So we are basically going to follow now with the presentation which we had before the break. Again, we are going to present opinion of student, result of a survey which we administered among undergraduate students within the international project facing academic integrity threats. My name is Dita Dlabolova, and I will present together with my dear colleague, Dr. Irene Rendinen. We are both representing the European Network for Academic Integrity, and this presentation and also the survey was conducted within a project facing academic integrity threats, abbreviated as FAITH, which is an Erasmus Plus project which has started in 2022 and runs until next year. The FAITH project focuses us on facing academic integrity threats in 3 ways. Firstly, we focus on prevention in the point of view of policies. So we are preparing guidelines for writing policies on academic integrity. We are also producing educational materials on academic integrity. And the third result of the project focuses on an aspect when the threat in academia already happened and when somebody is affected by academic misconduct. And the way how we face it is that we provide support to the people who are affected by academic misconduct. We do it via an online portal which was developed within this project and which is already running and already helping people. And one of the part of the development of this portal was to find out what are actually the experiences of people in academia regarding academic misconduct and regarding the support that they need. So we had a survey understanding different needs of potential, we had a survey. And just quickly about the portal. The portal is available at the address academicintegrity.eu/victims, and the portal provides personalized support for those who were affected by academic misconduct. This support is open to anyone, so anyone can ask, and the support is free. The support is provided by humans, not by any artificial intelligence, and the humans are volunteers, which are either people from the FAITH project or people from the European Network for Academic Integrity. So now let's move to the survey, because in this presentation we are going to present the results of this survey. And within this survey, we wanted to find out the experiences of people with academic misconduct, to be able to improve the recommendations for institutions, and also to be able to improve the support that we provide the portal. The survey was developed by the Facing Academic Integrity Threats partners, project partners, and there were 3 versions for academics and for researchers, for graduate students and for undergraduate students. We are now going to present the results of the undergraduate students. The survey was conducted this year. It was quite long. It has circa 20 questions, and it took 20 minutes, and it was provided in 5 languages, which were the languages of the project team. Regarding the demographics amongst the undergraduate students, so we received circa 120 complete answers. The males and females were more or less evenly distributed, and most of the other respondents were from one of the project countries. The majority was from one of the project countries, which was Turkey. We also asked the students if they are studying in the country where they grew up. We were wondering if there are some differences for the students who are studying in the country which is different from when they grew up. But we found out that most of the respondents just studied where they grew up. And the main fields of study was English language teaching. We have students from medicine, computer science, biology, and then some minor answers from other fields. We started the survey asking about the training which the students have received on the topic of academic integrity. And we had to say that our respondents were quite well trained. Around 90% of the respondents received training in top 4 topics, which are topics on academic writing, plagiarism, citing, and references. What was interesting was to find out that some students had received this kind of trainings outside their institution. And some of the students also claimed that they are planning to do it in the future, because we're asking the undergraduate students, so maybe they were just at the beginning of their studies. And what was kind of positive was only 6% of the students said that their university or their institution does not provide this type of training. Regarding the additional topics that the students were trained in, what was connected to academic integrity was intellectual property rights. This was some training. Or what was interesting to hear, that some students received training on ethical values in classroom management. Then we asked about the policies on the institutions, so whether the institutions where the students are studying have either policies, procedures, sanctions, and some of the following activities, the academic misconduct issues. And there was quite wide range of answers, but circa, as you can see, like in the second chart, in some of the topics, like something about between 30 and 50% of students, they didn't know if they have something, if they have procedures or sanctions, they simply didn't know. But really, really small percent of students, like really under 10%, said that they have like nothing, none of these on these topics. So at least the students were aware of that they have something. We also ask students on their experience what actions they know that are common among the students at their institutions. And what we heard from them was that what is either sometimes common or often common is either like plagiarism, directly copying. What was very common, surprisingly, was modifying some data or results in assignments. and getting help from the others. And also what really comes and appears one of the most common answer as always was the unauthorized and unacknowledged use of artificial intelligence. These answers kind of correspond to what we will later present when we ask students what they really experience, because this was what they see around themselves. And we also ask if the students are in part of this, why they do this. So we could see that what was really common was some external pressure, that the student either cannot cope with the workload, maybe they are lazy, and they then was kind of internalization of the misconduct, that the kind of pressure that everybody thinks that everyone is cheating, so I will do it as well. Also believing that they will not being caught. So these were the most common answers. And when we asked what the students were engaged in, there we found out that most common what they did was that they compared their answers with another students regarding what is common at the institution or what their peers are doing. What is common is cheating at the exam, so like very long problem in the academia. Also replacing several words from paragraphs, so kind of plagiarism. But what is really, really common is the unauthorized use of artificial intelligence. That's something that is happening. And now I will pass my word to Irene.
Thanks, Dita. On this slide, we asked students several questions about the institutional approach, not just about the institutional approach, but also their understanding of that approach. And this is quite interesting because the options that the students had were to agree with the statement, to disagree with the statement, to say depends, or to say I don't know. And the kind of maximum yes answer was about 51%, and the minimum was about 24%. So, and this is interesting for the because it's about students reporting other students, or students reporting things that they've observed from either students or staff. So for example, if you take the first question, my institution encourages students to report cases. And in that case, quite a good positive response. But if you look down a little bit further, I'm aware of the procedures in place. Yes, most people are. But then the third from the bottom, I feel encouraged to report any unethical behaviour I observe or experience during my studies. And that was the lowest answer, almost the lowest one, the slightly lower one below. And that's worrying, that the students don't feel encouraged for various reasons. Some don't know how to report. And the last one is the lowest one. In my institution, the identity of any person who reports allegations is protected. Now, that was the lowest response, and the highest response of students that said they don't know. And that's an important one, because if students are not protected or encouraged to report cases, then the chances are some of the cases that should be reported won't be. Next slide, please, Rita. So on this one, this is about the allegations that they've experienced during this study. So the interesting one here is the most common one isn't AI, it's actually cheating during an exam. And that's going to depend a little bit on the assessment methods in the institution. So the second one here is, second most popular one is AI. That's kind of further down. So we're looking at the kind of red and blue bars here. And then the third one is plagiarism. So those are the three most common forms of practices. And just one other one I want to point out to you, the lowest one in terms of people saying yes to, or it is bribery. That's second from the bottom. But that's the one with the highest number of students who said they preferred not to answer. So that's interesting in itself that students didn't want to answer that question. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is about sanctions or penalties that what would happen to a student. And this is, of course, the student's perspective of what might happen, and we don't know how accurate this is, and we need to compare this to the other data we've got eventually so that we can see how accurate it is. So a wide range of different kind of penalties or sanctions that students get. Most common one is a verbal warning, fail, formal written warning, 0 for the work, a meeting with the dean, and so on, all of those things. So lots of different kinds of penalties that students get. Next slide. Next slide, please, Rita. Peter. So what would students do if they came across a case? And there were two kind of cases here. We asked them about a case of a colleague, in other words, in this case, another student, or whether it's a teacher or supervisor that had been responsible for the dishonest behaviour. And so the most common response would be to tell their friend about it, unless it was a teacher, and that's a slightly less response. Talk to the dishonest person, definitely not so much to the teacher, but more if it's another student. Tell the family about it, and so on. But quite in the high 30s of respondents said they would not take any action if it was either a student or a teacher, which is a bit worrying. So they wouldn't report it for various reasons. Next slide, please. So why wouldn't they not report it? And here are the reasons, and these are sorted in the kind of responses. Most of them, and we're talking about over 70% here, said that they wouldn't report it because they were afraid of the consequences. The second one is they believed nothing would happen. Third one is that they didn't know how to. They don't know to whom or what the procedures are. The next one, they felt conflicts of loyalty. That's quite a common one with students, really. They don't feel supported by their institution to speak up. They don't see it as a responsibility, and so on. And there's we're talking about over 70% of the students were afraid about the consequences. And this is something that institutions need to be aware of because it's something they can do something about. Next slide, please. So this is kind of color coded, and let me just remember what the color codes are. So the green there's only one green remark, and this was a response from a student. This was an open question where the student said good things about their institution. So my institution encourages students by providing information, etc., etc. Now, all the red comments that I've highlighted in red are about the students asking for training. They'd already told us that they do receive training, but what they're saying is it's not enough. They need more training and more training on different things. So all the red comments concern different kinds of training and awareness raising and so on. So there's a lot of comments on that. The purple comments are about the system itself, about lack of trust, about the institution and so on. And the turquoise comments, there are a few of those, but they're still quite important. These are about the lack of interest, the lack of care, the kind of need for a behavioural change. And the last comment is about saying it's not about the institution, it's about the government and the conduct of the government, not the institution. And we need to analyse those comments perhaps in a little bit more depth to find out where they came from. But that was interesting just to get to hear from the students themselves what it was that they feel their institution could do. Next slide, please. So, summary of findings. More than 80% have had some training. Less than 50% have had training on other topics, particularly things like generative AI and reporting misconduct. So there's a lack of knowledge in some areas that need to be plugged by institutions. More than 39% are unaware of most institutional policies and procedures and sanctions and those kind of things. So again, they might know about academic writing, but they don't know about things to do with policies, quite a lot of the students. The most common forms of cheating are exam cheating, plagiarism, inappropriate sharing, data falsification, fabrication, but also very common is the misuse of AI by students. Many had experienced and talked about lack of support from a teacher or from their institution. Quite a high percentage there of students talked about that. And 38% said they wouldn't report dishonest behaviour of a colleague. And 30% would not report dishonest behaviour of a teacher or a supervisor, which is a little bit worrying because we wouldn't find out about it if the student didn't report it. Only 31% said they felt able to report unethical conduct they observe, which is it's quite a low percentage if you think about that. And 72% said they fear the consequences, and that deters them for reporting breaches of integrity that they observe themselves. 49% said they believe that nothing would happen if they reported misconduct. So, in summary, what institutions need to do is to appreciate that misconduct is not just about student behaviour. They need to provide clear information for students about academic misconduct and related topics. They need to provide easy access to procedures, policies, and so on, and explain what they mean and what the students need to do to access those policies and procedures. They need to trust students to contribute to integrity. So it's not just something that they do, it's something that involves the students as well. They must exercise a duty of care to all students, protecting them from harm if they do report. And clearly some institutions, even if they do that, they don't tell the students they do it, so the student's not aware of that. And clearly they need to address problematic types of academic misconduct, like plagiarism, cheating in exams and so on, and inappropriate sharing. And I think we're right at the end. We've just about made our time. So there's a lot there and we had to go very fast to fill it all in, but I hope you've got a view of that. And it's interesting to go straight after Catherine because this data was collected more recently than Catherine's data. And we are seeing now that students are telling us they're using AI quite a lot, and perhaps a lot they're using it in inappropriate ways. Okay, so any questions? And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Rin. Thank you, Dita. It was very interesting to see the survey results, but of the other point of view on the other angle. Yeah. And it's very interesting. I had one question. I had one question about the low level of awareness to students from the university policy. I received the answer on this question because about 40% of students didn't know about the policies. I received the answer how to do this in ideological part, to create, I don't know, maybe some environment and to create some informative activities to promote this legislative base and policies. But for example, yeah, let's imagine that I am a student. I don't want to read the policies. It's a problem for me. Yeah, I want only to study, and it's okay if I am an honest student. But if I don't want to study honest, and if I don't want to have the some kind of level of awareness in this legislative base, maybe it's like a proposal. Maybe it's necessary to construct some kind of micro-credential about the legislative base or something else. I clearly understand that formally I have the access to the legislative base, to the policies, but informal, I need to pump my skills without these policies. Maybe it will be good to explain the basic of these policies on some classes or some courses. Yeah, it's my suggestion.
So can I respond to that? I mean, first of all, policies tend to be completely cryptic and unreadable and not very easy to understand, even for academics, let alone students. So that's the first thing, is to make the policies easier to access and easier to read, using graphics and those kind of things. And that's actually one of the things that we're recommending in the FACE project, in the guidance we're writing for the FACE project. That really the use of infographics is very, very helpful in those kind of sense. Certainly the institutional policies at my former university, because I've just recently retired from it, they're written in legal speak. They're not written in language that is useful for students at all. So, you know, there are big problems there to do with the language used in policies and also in terms of where students can find them. So all of those kind of things. And there are ways that those can be addressed. And the ways, you know, and we don't expect students to be to memorize the policies and to learn them as if it's another lesson, but they need to be familiar with what will happen to them and why, and understand why the policies are there. The policies are there to protect them and to protect the quality and the standards of their qualifications. And, you know, because if we don't have them, then everything will be worthless. So all of those kind of things. So I hope that kind of goes some way to responding to that.
Why I ask this question? Because in Ukraine and at Summa State University, for example, we have the formal legislative base and formal policy. On the base of this policy of academic integrity, we use the law of higher education, law of education, etc., etc. You need to do this and this and this and this. You have the responsibility for this, for this, for this. It's only the letters for students and some words, some separate words. But if we have some kind of infographics, it's great because it's a very simple way to achieve something from start to finish. I need to do this. The next one is this action and. So it's great, and thank you so much for the explaining how to do it in the best way. Of course, we need the official policy as a document, but we also need an unofficial policy for students, as, for example, as some kind of illustrations, some kind of algorithms, so on. So, dear colleagues, we have some discussion in our chat. With Mary, with the thanks to Dita and Irene, and some comment. Would you suggest that's not just institutional, but program level academic integrity training should include advice on reporting misconduct?
Yeah, I think actually the program level is the most important, because that's what they engage with, really, but also to make it easy and make it not a burden to report. And there's another interesting question below from Catherine about honour codes. I have to say, you don't ask an English person about honour codes, because we don't like honour codes in the UK. And I think there's even the famous Don, what's his name from the ICAI?
McCabe.
John McCabe. Sorry, I was going to call him Don McLean, and I couldn't think of the McCabe. Right, got him. Not the singer. Yes. Even the famous Don McCabe, in one of his last pieces of work, admitted that the honour codes were not really working very well, and it's certainly within the UK culture, we tend not to use those. I think the idea of just trusting students, if they make a promise, I promise I won't ever cheat, and I promise I'll report any cheating I find, etc. And they don't do it, do they? It doesn't work. You can't. Some will be trustworthy and others not. So I don't think it's right to put them in the position where we expect them to always behave. But you know, all of those kind of things. So I don't think honour codes help. But in some cultures, maybe. But it has to be the right culture within the institution. And
my point of view from like Central Europe, maybe speaking for like Central and Eastern Europe, I think we are very sensitive to this type of official promises. So I'm worried that it wouldn't work, at least in Czechia, because I'm from Czechia, so I'm afraid it wouldn't work.
I know we did some research many years ago in Poland, and I don't know whether we get the same answer now. and France as well. I think there's some answers that with things like, well, we see cheating as being just a way of it's a game that we play with the teachers to try and get away with it, you know, and this kind of attitude. So it depends on the culture within the institution, and it's those kind of attitudes that need to be changed if you want to foster integrity within the institution. And just asking students to, you know, make a pledge is not necessarily going to change anything.
Yeah. I think one of the provision in the honor codes that is concerning as well is to sanction those that have not reported their peers, even though they did not plagiarize themselves. Yeah. So I find that, you know, a step further, that would be a concern of mine for sure.
I don't like that. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for listening, everyone. I know we're running late already, so I hope that was helpful.
Thank you. Great. In Ukraine, for example, I have a very fast explanation. In Ukraine, we have for example, honor code. Yeah, it's necessary for Ukrainian universities. And as a result, we have some kind of declaration, which is signed by students or by teacher, by faculty. So it's only rules. There is no any responsibility for the signing or not signing of this document. Yeah, we have rules, we have the legislation base, we have the recommendation, and finally, if you sign this document, you are in the game. Yeah, because anyway, you are in the game. Because if you don't want to plagiarize, okay. If you want to plagiarize, you have the legislation base. So thank you so much for the presentation, and let's move to the next presentation. I would like to present two speakers, and I present it with very, very warm emotions, because in 2016, I've met with these colleagues for the first time, and I understood what is the basics of academic integrity after their presentation in Ukraine. With the very warm emotions, I want to invite Catherine Nance and David Schmidt to speech, assigning tasks for generative artificial intelligence, implications for learning outcomes. Dear Katie, dear David, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Artem. It's wonderful to see you again. And David and I are just delighted to be here with you all. This morning, our time, this afternoon, your time. So we're going to take a bit of a turn, I think, from the conversation that has been ongoing. But I think we have some tangentially related concerns to talk about. And then we can think as we close out our presentation about how our issues connect to academic integrity in really important ways. So I want to start by giving you a statement of the problem that we perceived. Then we're going to give you two examples, one from my class and one from David's class, about how we address the use of generative AI in different ways in each of our courses. And finally, again, we'll connect those back to the broader issue of academic integrity. So our problem, as we perceived it, was around this idea of the use of generative AI in productive ways for students. And as we all know, with generative AI, lots of research has pointed to the fact that most students and people in general are using these products in order to complete what we perceive to be mundane tasks or repetitive tasks, so that we can be freed up to do things that involve more higher order thinking skills. So that is what we're going to call offloading in the next few minutes, offloading tasks to some kind of an AI bot. I'm going to use the term ChatGPT because that's what I've used most often. But what I'm thinking about is any generative AI tool that would do tasks for, in our case, we're going to be talking about learners, that frees them up for the opportunity to do other things. So our question, as we started thinking about it, is how do we know which tasks are okay to offload to some kind of a generative AI tool and which are not? So we started thinking about the reason why we have students sometimes engaged in doing what they think perhaps are what could be termed mundane or repetitive tasks. Sometimes we have students doing those things because we want to scaffold them to higher order tasks that require higher order thinking skills, right? We have them doing summaries, for example, so that then they can do some critical thinking involving integration of ideas and thoughts. In other cases, we want students to practice. In a calculus-based course, I want students to practice solving problems and seeing different ways that calculus works in different settings. In still other cases, we're trying to help students develop habits of mind or ways of thinking that, again, require some mundane task completion in order to get them to the point where they can think in more sophisticated ways about our disciplines. So again, bringing us back to the question, how do we know which tasks are okay to offload and which should still be done by learners in our courses? I'm going to move now to my course, which is, in this case, a graduate level course in our MBA program at Fairfield University in Connecticut in the US. And this course tends to attract students who are oftentimes working full-time on the side and taking this MBA course as in addition to work and other courses and other studies. So students are often really busy and they're trying to build a variety of skills. I list all these learning outcomes for you today, not because I'm trying to lure you into taking this course or anything like that, but because I want you to see the mix of the kinds of skills that I'm trying to develop with students, in addition to ways of thinking. Accounting for the time value of money is a somewhat mundane task, but if you don't understand that, it's hard to move on to other kinds of skills. But I'm also trying to get them to explore the ethical decision-making models in the course. So again, it's kind of a mix of skill development plus developing habits of mind. But what I'd like to focus on in the next slide, and the problem that I saw a possible use of AI as a really important thinking and learning tool, is around this project that students do in the course to define and run a regression project using Excel. So they have to research, they have to find data, and they have to do some analytical thinking. The teaching and learning question that came to mind is that students have a really difficult time. I've been teaching this course for many years. Students have a really difficult time constructing research questions, moving from topics to questions. But research shows us that developing these questions is a really important skill that the students need to develop. So how can I help them develop this skill? Are there ways that I can use the generative AI tool in order to help them develop a question out of a topic? So I want to show you a couple of examples from my course this fall 2024 semester and show you how using generative AI might be a helpful tool for me. So the first thing I want to do is show you some examples of the topics that students came up with. The topic, and again, this was in their final papers, so they seemed to have a really hard time moving from these topics. The topic of my regression analysis investigates the shifting demand for cable services. Specifically, we analyze the effects of cable prices, but there's no research question there. right? Which is, again, what I'm trying to get them to do. But even in their final papers, they were unable to do this. With this project, I aim to understand the drivers of electric vehicles so I can better understand what incentives or factors convince people. Again, no research question. When I put this into generative AI, into ChatGPT, here's again, the prompt I used was, what is a research question that would be related to this topic? And I got from ChatGPT, how have shifts in consumer preferences and the rise of streaming services impact the demand for cable TV? That's a nice research question. And with our second topic, what factors most significantly influence consumer adoption of electric vehicles? So what I did in the class was I asked in real time, after the students had submitted their research topics, I asked them to go to ChatGPT, query the chatbot, and come up with some research questions that they might use in order to better explore their project topic. And I think it was helpful. This is the first time I've done this. I think it was helpful to students to see models of how one might move from a topic to a question. And so I'm exploring the issue of how to think about generative AI in my courses as a partner or tool rather than an end-all and be-all tool to use in order to just copy and paste into an assignment to turn in my course. So I'm going to turn it to David, and he's going to talk about his struggle using AI in his course. David, please.
Thank you, Kathy, and hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you. Next slide, please, Kathy. So my course, it's also a graduate level course in our MBA program at Fairfield University. It's a course on the legal and ethical environment of business. And it also has a number of course goals. Specifically, the goal I want to focus on is what I've highlighted in red. I want the students to learn a model for constructing effective arguments when you're making normative arguments for or against the ethics of an issue. Okay, next slide, please. So one thing I use to teach argumentation is I use this model, which is called a candid layout of argument. It was developed by a philosopher named Stephen Toulmin. It's used very widely in logic courses and courses in rhetoric. And I've also used this model extensively, not only in my own teaching, but also in my working with people in business. I'm not going to explain the model. I want you to see that it has a number of very specific elements in the construction of an argument. You make a claim, you provide grounds, you give a warrant, and the warrant is backed, and then there's a rebuttal. Okay, so this is what I use. Next, please. Kathy, next, thank you. So I got a surprise, no, back up, please. I got a surprise. One of my students turned in an argument that was way better than what I was accustomed to seeing. The student provided a very sophisticated formulation of the principle that goes into the warrant. The facts that provide the backing were very well developed, way exceeded anything we had done in class. And most significantly, the student included in the argument framework the qualifier. And that is not something I taught in my course. Stephen Toulmin has that in his model, but to simplify it a little bit, I chose to leave it out. But she had it in there. And I asked her about this. I said, can you tell me how you made this argument? And she said, oh, well, I thought Toulmin was so interesting. I went to the literature and did a lot of extra research. And I have to tell you, I was a little skeptical. Next slide, please. So my response to this was I asked ChatGPT to see if it could make a Toulmin argument. I gave it a claim. I said, I want you to argue for a particular issue. Come up with an argument using Toulmin's structure. And it returned to me a very accurate, high-quality argument using Toulmin correctly, which also happened to include the qualifier. It had all the parts. Now, I have to tell you, I thought the Toulmin argument structure was a great way to preserve academic integrity. Back in the old days when we just worried about plagiarism, I figured nobody could go online and find a Toulmin argument on a particular topic. It's just too specific. I also was skeptical when ChatGPT came out, that it could actually do this. But lo and behold, it can do this. Next slide, please. So my first reaction was, I freaked out. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that this generative AI tool could make such a great argument. And furthermore, I thought, now I have no protection regarding academic integrity, because students could use this anytime they want, and unless I'm watching really closely, I might not notice it. Next, please. I had a second response. I decided to do two things. And this happened just this semester in my course. First of all, I developed a course policy. And I said to the students, ChatGPT cannot be used to make Toulmin-styled arguments. I don't want you to use it. And then finally, to enforce the course policy, I said at the end of the course, I'm going to convene individual Zoom oral exams. I should have mentioned this course is taught online asynchronously. And I said at the end of the semester, I'm going to meet with each of you individually and do a brief oral exam to test your comprehension of Toulmin's argument structure. So you better really learn it and not just simply use ChatGPT, or I'll be able to tell when I talk to you at the end of the semester. Next slide. So finally, how do I justify this? I have a couple of positions. One is I thought even though ChatGPT can make these arguments, I believe that an educated person in ethics must be able to make good arguments themselves. It is a constitutive skill in being an informed, ethical arguer. I don't want to offload what I deem to be an essential skill. And if you were to press me for why I feel that way, I have a number of reasons, but I'll just simply share here that I have feedback from former students from years ago who tell me they have benefited greatly from learning how to make reasoned and structured arguments, which they apply in their lives and their work. So I thought that's a skill I want to hang on to, and I don't want to offload it to technology. And that's my presentation.
So at this point, what we'd like to do is put out some questions that we're still thinking about and see what responses you all might have to maybe similar thoughts about using generative AI tools with your students to improve their learning, or returning to a position of banning the use of AI in order to preserve particular learning outcomes. So in both cases, we don't want students citing work done by ChatGPT as their own. That's the academic integrity issue that was being raised in previous presentations, and that I think we are all struggling with, right? We have a really hard time at this moment, given our technology, knowing whether or not a student has used these AI tools in the work that they're submitting as their own. And so sort of helping them to develop an understanding of the importance of learning certain skills is critical. And again, not just those skills, but also habits of mind. This is very much related to my struggle with my problem, in that students need need to develop a questioning habit of mind. They need to develop the skill of understanding, developing doable research questions. Again, in my case, ChatGPT might spit out a research question that's super interesting, but that my students would never have the ability to find data to test. And so even though I'm using it to help model the question development process, students can't just submit a research question that ChatGPT spits out, because in many cases, particularly in the time frame of a semester, the students just aren't able to get the data they need to test that question. So what we'd like to pose here are the following. When we think about the academic process, what do we mean by academic integrity in the use of generative AI? And how can we understand in the context of disciplinary differences? Certainly in our case, I'm an economist. David is an applied ethicist. How does the use of academic or artificial intelligence relate to academic integrity in these two different disciplines? And a second and equally important, if not more important, issue, our shared goal is to work towards developing well-educated people in our fields. And so I think at this point, we can throw the floor open to any questions or comments that you all might have related to what we've presented, and also to your own thinking about these questions. So thank you very much for listening, and I'd love to hear any thoughts that people
Thank you very much.
David, thank you so much for your presentation. As usual, this presentation is problematic and very practical. So it's great to hear that we have a lot of new approach how to use generative artificial intelligence as an assistant, but not a host writer. I have one very specific question. Maybe 3 points of recommendation. What Ukrainian students need to do to use generative artificial intelligence as an assistant, but not a host writer?
To be an assistant, but not a ghostwriter.
Not a host writer, yeah.
I think that's one of the big challenges. And I think, at least as a first step, is to establish early on in my course, using some particular activities, models of what I mean by partnering with generative AI. So in my case, I had a session, about a half an hour with 18 students, having them go on, find some research questions, and then talking through the process of developing additional prompts of how I would use what generative AI spit out for me in order to develop my own thinking. So I think modeling, Artem, is one really important way to try to help students understand my thinking about how to use the tools. I don't know if David has other thoughts.
No, I think that's a good distinction. I'm more conservative, though, I think, in my the way I regard the appropriate use of generative AI for learning particular skills. And I'm not sure I would even want it to be an assistant for certain things. But this is something I'm really new to this, and I'm exploring.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have a lot of challenges. Yeah, so maybe I expect the direct answer on my question. Well, you need to do this. But frankly speaking, yeah, I expect that we have a lot of challenges, and it depends on the area of expertise of the course of any faculty. Because, for example, I try to dive the students into LLM, but as an assistant for their future assignments, so on. But some people, some colleagues, some faculty from Ukraine, for example, have a strict condition. You have no the opportunity to use generative artificial intelligence in your tasks. That's all. And it's wrong way, because we have a lot of, as I said before, a lot of functions, a lot of tools to make something better without the host writing. So, dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Katie and David?
I think I see Irene's hand.
Actually, Kathy, could you take our slide off so I can see all the people?
Sure. Yeah, thank you. There we go.
Yeah, Irene, please.
You're muted.
Sorry, simple mistake. Right, okay, thank you. Really, really interesting, really, to see the two different angles there. That was fascinating. Thank you for sharing that. That's really good. My subject is computer science. Going back, I'm a lapsed computer scientist, but looking at the topic I used to teach, and one of the senior people at my institution made this really stupid statement and said, because ChatGPT can generate code, we don't need computer programmers anymore. Yeah, and why do we need computer programmers? And it's because computer programmers don't just generate code. It's not about coding. It's about maintaining code. It's about testing code, all of those things, making sure things are safe and things work well. And what students of computer science need to do is to learn all the skills before they can then use the, whatever tools are available. And then they can then maintain the code that's generated. But unless they've got the skills in the first place, they can't do that. So the skill isn't necessarily just writing code and getting the syntax right. It's all the other skills associated with it. It's about designing, it's about all the other things. So in different stages in the career of if we take computer science as an example, at different stages in the development of that person's skills, they will be able to use or won't be able to use these tools. And yes, they can use them to help the productivity once they've actually got the skills, because until they've got the skills, they won't be able to make use of the artifacts that the AI generates. So that's the kind of argument I would say is important, regardless of the topic, isn't it? You need to kind of define those underlying fundamental skills that students need.
I think that's fascinating, Irene. What it tells me is that there's more going on in our learning objectives than we know. Mm. And we're learning more than we can articulate. There's a lot of tacit knowledge that is being acquired as we develop the official skills. Yeah. And we need that tacit knowledge to evaluate and use the products of artificial intelligence outcomes. It's hard to articulate what that all is. But I appreciate your example very much.
But it depends on the subject, doesn't it? It's very much.
It really does. It really does.
The rules have to be right down to the level of the individual assignment.
What Kathy and I intend to do as a next stage of this project is we're convening a group of our colleagues from different disciplines and posing this question to them: when is it okay to offload to AI? And we're hoping to see, I imagine we'll see very different practices, but we're hoping we can identify some underlying principles that we all agree on.
I think what you will get though is you will get the dinosaurs in there saying never, and it's going to be dependent on people's familiarity and skills in using the tools as well as subject based. So you will need to, if you like, eliminate some of the dinosaurs and get the ones that are switched on first.
Be careful. I might be close to being one of the dinosaurs.
Well, even as a technology person, I can, because I've been working in academic integrity for so long, I'm having difficulty kind of weighing up the pros and cons of this. It's a really hard problem.
Yeah, and I think that's so good. I have colleagues in history who are determined that that students won't use ChatGPT or any kind of generative AI to do summaries. But for me in econ, sometimes getting a good summary of a paper or a methodology or a technique is really helpful for a student who's struggling with something that's new. So, and I think that makes it really hard for students who say, well, I can use these tools to summarize in my econ class, but I can't in my history class. So I think our understanding of the learning process is so different from theirs, and helping them to understand what it means to protect those early skill development moments is a real challenge.
Can I just add one more thing? I'm currently supervising a PhD student who has got severe dyslexia. And we're finding, and he's in his write-up phase now. He has to submit in February. And he struggled hugely with he is a native English speaker, but he's struggled hugely to write text for his thesis that makes sense, because he duplicates a lot and he gets things in the wrong order. And ChatGPT is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's a really great way for him. It supports him hugely. It is his own writing. He puts his own writings through there and it comes out in a readable form, and good English and good grammar. So that's a really good use. And I think we mustn't dismiss that. We mustn't forget that some students do need more help than others.
So the answers to these questions not only depend on the discipline and the topic, but also on who we're teaching. That's a tremendous point.
Dear colleagues, thank you so much for this active discussion, because as I said before, ChatGPT and other LLMs are in our life, so we need to solve this problem in the best way, and we need to have the constant quality of education. But on the other hand, it's perfect to use the generative artificial intelligence functions and opportunities to create something interesting. Yeah. Thank you so much, dear Katie.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, great to see you, and it's some kind of memories from 2016. Yeah, but I hope we will repeat, these memories, and we will meet in Ukraine. So let's move to our next presentation, and with a great pleasure, I want to take the floor to Martine Peters. She's a professor from University of Quebec in Ottawa, and she is the director of Partnership of University Plagiarism Prevention project. It's also our co-organizer, and I had the great opportunity to take part in this project, and I understand that we have a lot of insights, and I don't want to continue because I think Martine will show something interesting for us. Dear Martine, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me properly?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen if you don't mind. Can you see this? Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Perfect. So I'm just going to make you guys bigger so I can see you. And I'm really, really happy to be following David and Catherine's paper, because I am also talking about what I perceive, and it's my opinion, what I perceive students should and should not offload to AI. So it's you'll see it might help generate ideas for you. But again, this is my opinion here. So I just want to say, I'm just trying to get, so as Artem has already mentioned, I am not the president, but the director of the PUP partnership. And this has been funded by the Canadian government, so the SSHRC agency. And so it's always very important to mention that. During my presentation, because AI for me always meant academic integrity until a few years ago. And so we had AI and AI. So in order to separate them and make sure people understood which one I was talking about, I named them AI1 and AI2. AI1 being the first one, in my opinion, is academic integrity. So it's number one, and AI2 being artificial intelligence. However, I put a color code on, and I'm just to tell you a quick story about my use of artificial intelligence, because I thought it was kind of hard to see when they were the same color. So I asked ChatGPT, what is the color of academic integrity? And it told me gold. And I said, as a good teacher, I said, please justify your answer. Why gold? And it told me because it is the color of excellent and the color of success. And I thought, oh, that's so good. So every time you see gold now, you'll think about academic integrity. And I asked ChatGPT again, what's the color of artificial intelligence? And it told me blue. And if you look, every time we see an image of artificial intelligence, very, very often it's blue. And so I asked ChatGPT, why is it blue? And then it failed dramatically because it told me it's the color of intelligence. I said, you can't justify something with the something. So anyway, so it failed that part. But I also want to point out, and I'll explain because I'm talking about transparency today. So I want to explain the logo here because, as you've just seen, it is one example of how I use artificial intelligence. And so I'm being transparent and telling you right off the bat that I did use artificial intelligence for some parts of my presentation. So for those of you, oh, sorry, I'm going too fast. It just keeps going. I'm going to copy and paste in the chat anybody who wants to have access to all, because it's just too long to write the references. And when we put them in the on the last page, I'm going too fast. Nobody can see them afterwards. So I put them on a web page and you have access to all the references that I have in this paper. I'm just checking because I think, yeah, this paper has been accepted for publication in the Journal of Scientific Publishing. It should come out sometimes in 2025, for which I'm a co-editor with Irene and Sylvia Burrows. And so just to know that this paper has already been submitted and accepted. So I'm going to talk about why AI is bringing many changes to education. I'm going to redefine plagiarism, and I'm telling you right now, Irene and I don't agree on that one. And then I'm going to talk about legitimate use of AI. When can they or not use AI in the writing of an assignment? Because I look at plagiarism solely. And then the importance of being transparent with AI. So quite quickly, and I'm having a hard time here because my window is too big and it's hiding things that I don't want to be hidden. There we go. So I think that's going to help me in a second. Okay, so basically what we've heard and seen in the past 2 years is how AI is going constantly bringing in new changes and just too fast for us to keep up with. And so we have to review everywhere, all the ways we teach and evaluate. And yet we're being told it's going to enrich students' experiences and ours. And we're supposed to be seeing a gradual integration of these tools in higher education. I don't know about you, but have you asked your colleagues lately how much integration of AI they're actually doing? There's not that much going on, yet we're being told this is coming and this is going to make our lives a lot better. So sometimes I have a hard time seeing it, and I have to admit, sometimes I have a hard time understanding where it's going to make our lives simpler. In the writing process, many people have come out and said it's going to improve the quality of writing, it's going to improve the efficiency of writing, among other things. And I put that down because I think that's a really interesting way for students to get feedback on their writing from AI. Not get AI to rewrite, and that's the pitfalls of AI, because you need to use them correctly and responsibly, and of course that means with integrity. If there's too much AI generated text in an assignment, it's going to be equated to plagiarism. And so we need to teach students how to use AI, how, and I'm going to use your term, how to offload certain tasks to AI when it's appropriate. But we need to teach students that AI can't write for them. And so I'm going to redefine, and I'm just going to go really quickly because I'm sure everybody's aware of these things, but traditional, and I'm talking about like when I was at the undergrad, when I was writing papers with a pen and paper, using somebody else's ideas or somebody's words as their own to gain an advantage. When we introduced technology, it didn't change anything about how plagiarism was done. It was just quicker and easier with the copy and paste, but it was also quicker and easier to detect with the tools that came out. Now, in 2022 and November 2022, when ChatGPT came out, we had to redefine what plagiarism meant because it still meant taking somebody's ideas, somebody's words, but it also meant using AI's words or AI's ideas and putting them into your own paper and not acknowledge the source. Obviously, that has to be within an evaluation context. Students who email you and have used AI to write to you aren't going to be sent to the disciplinary committee for plagiarism. So it has to be within the context of a paper that's being handed in for an assignment or so on and so forth. So basically, what's been added is the generation of text put into a student's assignment that becomes plagiarism. So legitimate use for the PUP, when we submitted the PUP project to Canadian government for a grant, we had this model. And the model, you have the access to it on the webpage. You can go see it. The model is not what's important. It's how we've changed it with the introduction of AI. So in yellow, we have everything that's about informational competencies. Purple is writing competencies and referencing competencies in blue with the writing process at the top. So we reworked it, and that's what's in the paper that I presented. But basically, and I renamed it the era of honest writing with AI. And now I'm going to show you in gold where no offloading should be allowed, in my opinion, and in blue where offloading could be done with AI at this point. So, and I always want to slow this down and I always forget. But if you look at the first one, did you see the first gold? Because that's the first message we need to tell students. No matter how much you use AI or where you use AI, when you hand in an assignment and you put your name on it, the entire thing is your responsibility. I'm going to come back to AI. Not being a human being cannot be held responsible. And so we'll talk about, can AI be an author or not? So students have to know they are totally responsible for what they put in their assignment. I think students can use AI in the planning process. When they're starting out to plan an assignment, they have ideas and so on and so forth. They can ask AI, can you make me an outline? Can you make me can you use some type of logic to organize this? Writing research has shown that students do not make outlines for their assignments. And that's one of the reasons their assignments are lacking in rigor, are a little bit all over the place. We've all had those to correct, I'm sure. The other place where students can offload is with all the informational competencies. Finding information and all that. We didn't tell them before they were not allowed to use Google. I don't see why they shouldn't use AI to find information. There's great tools out there, Consensus, Research Rabbit, and so on and so forth. They can use. I have zero problem with them using AI to find information. However, I have a problem when it comes to selecting the information. Why? Because, and that's and it's going to I think it's the ability that's going to determine which students do well and which students don't. It's the ability to critically think about what you're reading when you're finding information and to pick the right information to include in your paper. And so this analysis of the information, I personally think, should not be left to the AI, because if they leave it to the AI, what are they ever going to learn? They need to build on their existing knowledge, and that means they have to read, they have to think, does this make sense? Where am I going to link this? And so on and so forth. However, after we go to the writing process, and I've put blue and gold there because I think some of it can be offloaded and some of it cannot. When it comes to that connection, making connection with a lot of the readings, and it was mentioned earlier, sometimes students have to read papers and they don't understand. And so asking an AI as a tutor to help understand what they're trying to read, I think is just a mark of intelligence. You don't understand, go get help. That could mean going to the teacher for help or going to an AI and saying, can you explain this to me? And for me, I have no problem for them using AI as a tutor. And that's part of the writing process, because sometimes they need that to connect, to make the links between the things. However, again, they need that knowledge. So they can't just make some connections and then pass it off to AI, get AI to do it. They need to build on that knowledge. Yesterday, I had a party here, and I had some of the neighbors, and they said, well, the students aren't going to need to do that anymore. AI is going to do it all for them. And I said, yeah, if AI is going to do it all for them, what are they going to learn? Where are they going to build their knowledge? And that's what we need to explain. I'm making you this work. I'm making you do this work so you can learn. And once you've learned, you'll be able to use this knowledge to something else. When it comes to the actual writing process, 0, 0, 0, in my opinion, offloading, especially when you're in a language class, for example, and anything, and I'm in education, our future teachers need to know how to write properly. It is an essential skill. And so for me, there is zero place for artificial intelligence writing in an assignment for my students. I want students, and it's a little bit what you were saying, Catherine and David, I want students to develop with their critical thinking skills, their knowledge that they're developed. I want them to learn how to put forward an argument. And I tell my students, you're going to need that skill to use your logical order of thinking all your life. Whether it's when you go see your boss to get a raise or when you have an argument with your spouse about who's going to take out the garbage, you need these skills to be able to put forward your authorial voice. I can never pronounce that word. So for me, zero AI at that point. However, for some students, and that's a little bit like Irene said when she talked about her student who has dyslexia, for some students, I'm willing to accept that they can go get help for something like Smoden or Grammarly to do a little bit. And that's why it's blue and gold. Getting help with quotations, paraphrases in a limited amount, I'm okay with that. But that has to be very clearly said in the assignment instructions. You're allowed to use it, and I want you to disclose it if you use it and how you've used it and how often you've used it. And so I'm okay with a little bit of that. When it comes to polishing their text, zero problem with offloading that up to a certain amount. Like I said, a student can put their text in ChatGPT and say, can you give me feedback on how I can make this text better? I have zero problem with that. How many times have you, me, asked our parents or an older sibling, a colleague to read through our papers and comment? it just makes sense that they can ask AI for comments, not to do the work, but to get comments, feedback to make the work better. I have zero problem with that. When it comes to referencing, there's a lot of tools already out there to get referencing. Use them, use them, use them. If it's going to make your life easier and you're going to reference, go ahead. However, there's a gold line and it's not cut up, as you can see. Why? Because students have to understand that referencing is not optional. Referencing is compulsory and it has to be done for every piece of information that you have used, which means if you found information from an AI and the AI has not given you the proper source or the proper, or has created a source, you have to go back and find that proper information. Because as I said, the entire assignment is the student's responsibility. So, which brings me to the next thing, because if I've given them permission to use AI for certain things, I want them to be transparent. I want them to tell me when and how they've used AI. And for me, being transparent means declaring the use of AI, not citing AI. Because there are two positions on the market right now, and it's still up for grabs which way it's going to go, and you already know where I think it's going to go. But for example, APA has said that AI should be treated as an author for both in-text citation and bibliography. COPE, the Committee on Publication Ethics, said that AI tools cannot take responsibility for submitted work. They have no legal standings, and so they are not to be considered an author. And so there's three concerns with this. AI does not, at this point, and I'm very aware that this might change in the near future, but right now, AI, whatever they produce, is based on the database that's behind them. So anything that they produce comes from another author, which is technically plagiarism if they don't give their sources. Second, if a student gets an AI response, it's different every single time, which means I can't tell if it's been done or not by the AI because I'm not going to get, whereas before, if they were copying and pasting from a website, I could tell. I cannot tell this time. And of course, at this time, it's a lot less. We hear a lot less of it all the time, but AI can lead to fabrication or inconsistencies, including giving sources. So what I've proposed in this article that I've put forward is not a bibliography in where AI would be put, but an AI-graphy where we'd have the bibliography with real authors and then an AI-graphy, which would look something like this. I used ChatGPT on that date and I asked it this prompt and I used this information in my paper in this section of the paper. So in the text, it would say interaction with ChatGPT. It wouldn't say ChatGPT as an author. It would say interaction with ChatGPT. And I'm fed up with grading. And so I don't want to have, because a lot of people have said, just ask the students to put the output of ChatGPT at the end of the paper. I grade enough of the students' papers. I don't want to grade what ChatGPT has produced. And so I just want the students to put an AI-graphy at the end of their paper that says where they have used it. Another way to do it is to demand transparency in the AI use. And Whale, I think that's the way it's pronounced, I'm not sure, produced this really wonderful graphic that talks about transparency in AI. And they have three different angles to it, which is the first one is, and that's what I've been saying all along, students have to take responsibility for their paper. They have to approve all the content that is in the paper, which means they have to search and they have to make sure that whatever is there has been, that they've given the proper sources, and they have to indicate when they are using AI, which means they're going to be able to explain, they're going to be able to be completely responsible for their paper. This is really small, and the purpose is not to show you in detail, but it is also from Whale. And for a researcher, not for a student, but for a researcher, a graduate student, for example, it's really interesting because you go to this website that I've put down at the bottom, and that is in the references also, and you can answer questions about the text you've just finished writing, and it will give you basically a rating of your paper that says how responsible is it? How transparent is it? And some people have mentioned that we should be, when we send, for example, and I'm talking researchers here, when we send an article to a publisher, we could include this AI card with the paper saying, this is a declaration of where I've used it and how I've used it. And so that's one possibility to be transparent for a researcher when they're using AI. But if you can't see, but it really asks questions for each part of a research paper. So there's methodology, results, there's, of course, all the searching for information and so on and so forth. For students, Mike Solomon came up with this, and it's a really interesting little way to use it. And it's just to ask student at the end of the paper to write, to copy and put a scale. And it's on my website. This is an image from Mike Solomon, but we've put something in a Word document that students can copy and paste. And students have to give on a scale of 1 to 5, how much is it my work and how much is it the computer work for the ideas in the paper, for the outline, for the writing, and the editing. It's a really simple way, and students just have to put a line through saying it's on a 1 to 5, and then right away, teacher who gets the paper can determine, is that an acceptable use of AI or is it too much? And the last one is logos that I elaborated in 2023, where you can ask your students at the bottom of the page, a little bit like I did at the top of on my first slide, to put a logo. With the first logo, they can put on the they can put at the bottom of the page if they've got different sections in the paper, or they can put it on the first page of their paper. In this paper, no artificial intelligence was used. This part of my paper, for example, was completely generated by AI, or I was aided by AI for this part of the paper or for the entire paper. So it's another way to ask students to be transparent, because they have to be transparent when they use AI for their papers. So my conclusion, it's not all AI use that is plagiarism. I think there are lots of ways to use it that is totally responsible. It's here to stay. We have to find ways to learn to live with it. And we certainly, most importantly, have to teach students to make the right choices when they use them. And so here's my email, and but you have it in the you have the website in the chat anyways if you want. I just saw that I have 11 comments and I did not watch that. Slippery slope. Okay, I'm reading through quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's some kind of some thoughts. It's not questions, but thoughts as a result of your presentation. Yeah, dear Martin, thank you so much for your presentation. It was very interesting as usual, yeah, because I have an experience to see your presentation, and it's not ordinary presentation, it's some kind of discussion. I have no questions, but I want to mark some issues. First of all, when I saw the badge assisted by artificial intelligence on your first slide, I want to say that I use this badge for my students and PhD students. And also, I have some survey. The results of this survey will be maybe at the end of this semester, but I asked students and PhD students to mark all their works with some one of these 3 badges. So it's some kind of preliminary testing how it works. Yes, so I remember that you give the opportunity to use this with the appropriate attribution, so it's good. And maybe short question. You told that it's good to mark the role of generative artificial intelligence in the article at that place where generative artificial intelligence have done its work. But I saw and I read another approach. At the end of the article, we marked all work which was done by a generative artificial intelligence. What is the better way on your point of view?
Well, that's why I think an AI grapheme at the end of the paper explains the prompts they used and where they use the information in the paper. But I also think putting a logo or putting what Mike Solomon recommends for the 4 types is a good idea also. When you ask students to be transparent in their AI use, you're telling them, I'm allowing you to use it for certain ways, and that's okay, but I still want to know how you used it. And so I think you're meeting them halfway, telling them, I'm okay if you use it in these ways, but I still want you to tell me about it. And the reason I say that is because if you allow students to use AI for certain aspects, for example, if they make an outline with AI, I'm okay with that, but I want to know, because then I'm going to be a lot more tough on the evaluation, because I know that they've had the help to outline their papers. So when I have a criteria that says logical sequence of ideas, well, then I'm going to be a lot tougher. If they don't use it, well, then I'm going to be a little bit more lenient, maybe. So that's why, for me, it's really important that they be transparent and explain which use and where they've done it.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, I have one more example of very active discussion. In the Nature, I don't remember exactly, maybe it's correspondence or preface, there were one article about the attribution of all work with the badge. And one of our Ukrainian colleagues also, as an answer on this correspondence, wrote that using of these badges or pictures as your one of 3 pictures is not good, because it's better to have the appropriate attribution inside the text. And if we see this badge, it doesn't matter what is the badge 1 from 3. It's some kind of subjective attitude. Yeah. So my opinion that it's good to mark this work at the start on the first page, for example. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And after this, it will be appropriate attribution of all work inside this article or educational task. But some colleagues have the some point of view that these badges are not good because it's some kind of subjective attitude. But yeah, but it's good that we have the discussion. So we are on the way to appropriate attribution of the generative artificial intelligence. So it's more ideological discussion. It's we have the first step that we need to attribute. And the next step, how to do this with the picture or with the text, it's I think it will be maybe 1 or 2 years, and after this we will have some result how to do this in the proper way. So thank you so much for this and for this discussion on the pace of nature, of course. Yeah. Yeah, colleagues, do you have any questions? Yeah, we have some reply from Marina Walashuk. Great, the word of thank you to your presentation. And I think many lecturers allow to use artificial intelligence to see in what way they will use it in the solution of the problem. It's also good to know maybe we have more options than in our brain. Yeah. Dear colleagues, do you have any other questions? Dear Martin, thank you so much for your presentation. It was a great dive into the world of AI 1 and AI 2, and some comparison of these terms in the frame of academic integrity and honest environment in education and research. Thank you so much again, and thank you for your agreement to take part in this conference. So, dear colleagues, we move to the next presentation, and I want to invite to the next presentation Amanda Mackenzie from University of Waterloo, Director, Office of Academic Integrity, and the title of her presentation, Low-Tech Solution to High-Tech Challenges in Academia. Dear Amanda, the floor is yours.
Yeah. So happy to be here with so many colleagues. I feel like I'm preaching to the converted a bit, because I think most people on this call know most of the things that I'm going to talk about. There, my slides showing from, okay, because to me it's still showing a different view. Can you just see one slide at a time?
Yeah, we see one slide. We didn't see a slideshow, and
okay.
We don't
see. So you haven't seen this. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Good. So just again, everything I'm going to say is going to be really nothing new. I'm going to go back to basics. So again, for some of the people on this call, nothing that I'm going to say is going to be earth-shattering or something that they probably haven't heard before. I just want to recap just kind of where we've been, and several of the presenters today have already covered this, but I really think things have kind of really scaffolded in growing, right? So years ago, pre-pandemic, we were experiencing that students were really just doing their degrees because they wanted the outcome, right? They didn't really want the learning. Then we had the global pandemic that hit, and teaching and learning really changed. So we had these massive changes, and now on top of that, we have generative artificial intelligence tools, which are making all of our lives a little bit more challenging. We all know there's pros and cons. But when students are using it in a way that they're not authorized to, it's difficult, right? They're hard to tell, detectors are not great, and it's taking a lot of time. So what can we do to really work against this and protect academic integrity? And I'm really going to circle back to some basic things. I think this is kind of how people felt when ChatGPT came out. Oh my goodness, the sky is falling. Like the essay is dead. How are we ever going to know what students are doing that is their own work? So just a few key questions there on this slide that are bouncing around, and challenges for educators now that we know that students have these tools basically at their disposal at any moment. So I will always go back to this, and I think people have probably heard me talk, oh my gosh, she's doing it again. And yes, it's back to the culture of building academic integrity and baking that into everything that we do. So I'm sure no one on this call has not seen these before. I won't stick on them or to describe them and unpack them, but these are the foundation, and we need to keep reminding our students of these. We might think we talk about it all the time, but our students, there's constant turnover. There's turnover in instructors. I think that we almost can't talk about this enough until there's really good understanding. So I'm just going to really talk a bit about why students do this, right? Why are students seizing on Gen AI? And I love some of the information that came out when Irene and Dita were sharing their statistics, that really it's this time pressure in the upper right-hand corner. We find that students are just really time deprived, or they're potentially lazy and they're looking for a shortcut to do things. And unfortunately, generative AI is too tempting to be a shortcut that they will not take. So we all know this about why students cheat. So we know there's an opportunity, right? Instructors are expected to close any loophole, and if they leave a gap where students believe that they can get away with cheating, they will. Also, if students don't feel connected to the instructor or value the course or the topic, maybe it's a requirement and they are not invested in the topic area, but they need that credit, they're not going to be as fully engaged. If they don't understand the materials or the concepts or why the grading is as it is and the assessment, if they also think that all their peers are cheating and no one seems to care, the instructor turns a blind eye, then students will continue to cheat. So these are all, again, probably nothing surprising to this crowd. So how do we combat this, right? And a number of people have talked about this. We need to set clear reminders. It's so interesting to me doing some remedial workshops with students, and we do pre and post tests with these remedial students. So I had about 60 of them over the summer, and many of them came in saying, I know what academic integrity means. I feel like I know the rules. And that was maybe 65% of them had pretty strong feelings that they understood. By the end of the workshop, we got that up to 95%. And they really realized that, wow, I did not really understand. And we talked about some of those things about why they didn't understand. And I'll describe a little bit more of that as we go. The other 2 points on this slide are just that there's been research where we know that students just don't understand citation and referencing as well as they should, or the boundaries for cheating. Also, if they don't know, I think some of the reporting about academic misconduct was mentioned earlier, and that's a good reminder for me because we talk about why they shouldn't do it, but we often fail to say, if you see it, here's what you should do. So I'm actually going to take that away in my own work and make sure that I remember that in the talks and the material that I put out to students at my institution. So anyway, if they don't understand why it's wrong, they're going to keep doing it. So these are all things about why we need to keep talking about it. And students often don't know that they're cheating. Not everyone comes in and decides that they're going to cheat. Most of us know this. But if the instructor hasn't said that something is not allowed, students are likely going to assume that it is okay. And we need to explain why it's not allowed. If they don't get our reasoning, if they think it's illogical or they don't understand, they're more apt to bend the rules and not care about that. And we all know that plagiarism is still a big one, and thanks to Martine and the PUP and looking at that to try and build awareness about what plagiarism is and how we can so students are not engaging in that behavior. And we know students also have different opinions of what is cheating in their mind compared to their instructors. So it's, again, really important that instructors talk about what the expectations are for their courses so students know when they're crossing the line and engaging in academic misconduct. Just a quick couple things about identifying cheating. A lot of us, I think, can identify cheating, I say a spidey sense, a gut feeling, but that's not enough. And we also have seen in the research that AI detection tools are not reliable. I don't know if anyone else is having this at their institution, but at my school, we do use the Turnitin AI detection tool. And unfortunately, people are not using it properly, meaning they're using any score to accuse a student of academic misconduct. How we promoted the tool for them is to use it as a flag. Yes, it's saying that there could be a very high level of artificial generated information here, but you need to have a conversation with that student. So you need to really ask them what parts they did in the preparation of the work. Do they have references? Can they show you your rough drafts? If they used Gen AI and they were allowed to use it, what prompts did they use? So I think a low-tech solution, again, is not relying on tech. We all talk about an arms race, and I think this is a losing battle. So we need to look at the role modeling, our communication, and different expectations that we provide our students. So one of the big things that I think might be a takeaway, and something that we're doing at my university is really making sure that students have the last 4 bullets on this slide. So if a student can't provide any of these things, it's pretty clear that they likely engaged in academic misconduct. For students to protect themselves and also for accountability, that we can demonstrate and verify that they actually have learned the learning outcomes, know the content of the course, it's going to be important for students to know that they need to keep their rough notes, that they need to be able to demonstrate their learning. I like how David mentioned earlier that he had an oral exam for an online course, which is great. Now we know that scalability for larger courses, that's more challenging, but that's a great way to close the loop to ensure that the student knows that content. So these are all things that we're really encouraging students to do so they can demonstrate their knowledge. And I think that the more that we can make them aware that they're going to be accountable, especially when there are these other tools that are out there, the better I think they will feel if they ever get accused of academic misconduct, that they can verify that they have done the work. So it's a bit of a protection tool, but also it's a tool that we can use that's low tech to really drill down to see if they've done the work. Role modeling, so important, right? Students take their cues from us, and if we're not role modeling what we're doing, then we're not doing them any favors. So we are responsible for being the ones who use and be transparent about the way we used any tools. So years we've talked about or joked that instructors have used images in their slides, or back when we had overhead old school machines like that, and people didn't put down where they got the image from, right? This has been a long-standing problem. This is also no different with Gen AI. We need to say where we got this information from, so students consider it normal to be able to share their sources. So this is really something that is the part of the instructor. So kind of wrapping it up with things that we want to do, I will always say talk about it, right? Address what pressures are going on for them. We know that they're more apt to take shortcuts, but why are they taking shortcuts? And what might that do to them in the end? Giving them examples of academic offenses, specific examples in a course, so it's quite clear to them. That way there'll be no discrepancy about maybe if they cross the line or not. That will be very, very helpful. And of course, that goes along with setting your own expectations. So there should be no surprises for the students about what is and what is not allowed. Also pointing them to resources, right? We're all about wanting students to complete their degrees, their programs, and to succeed. So we can't always cover all the parts that they might need support with. So to have a pool of resources that is available at your campus that you can send your students to is going to be really important. And again, talking about why academic integrity matters. Why does that matter now? Why does it matter to you as an instructor? And why should students care about it as they go on and especially consider their careers? So just a couple more points about supporting student success. Again, the emphasis on commodification, right? On grades, those kind of things. Students, for some reason, are really stuck on getting top grades, and it's not always a familial pressure, although there is that. So it's very interesting to kind of make students aware that getting the top grade is not the most important thing out of the course. It's knowing the content. So de-emphasizing grades where you can will be really important. Focusing again on the expertise and the mastery, and making sure they know what's relevant. Right? Understanding why I want to know this material, how this material fits into my program, and in the end, how it might even connect to my ongoing career. And making sure that students feel confident. The more connected and confident they are, the less they'll be tempted to use any of these other tools. And I will just say, From speaking to students at my institution, we've done a few focus groups with students about generative artificial intelligence, and we found that students that were really engaged in their courses and cared about the content already knew that Gen AI was not going to be a time saver for them. They recognized that it was more work because they would have to go through and verify the information in the output to make sure that it was real, had proper sources, and wasn't included any hallucinations or bias. So they already knew that this shortcut was not valuable for them if they were engaged with the content in the course. So looking ahead, just a couple quotes here. I love the middle one, that students need to come to realize that in some circumstances, Gen AI use will be appropriate and ethical, while in other moments, it will be none of that. And we need to keep wrestling with these issues, right? And as we learn more about the tool and the tool becomes more sophisticated, we'll be able to tell where it fits in with our learning outcomes and where it's not appropriate. So bottom line is that academic integrity really it hasn't changed, right? Those values that I showed you in the first couple slides from the International Center for Academic Integrity are still our baseline, our foundation that we want to work with. I know a lot of people have been interested in changing their policy. At the University of Waterloo, we didn't actually have to change our policy because we had defined plagiarism where it wasn't attached to a person. So in some ways, we don't want to fall into the habit of putting new terminologies and things into policies, right? So contract cheating was a term that was very hot a few years ago. Then it's kind of, generative artificial intelligence has taken over. Do we need to have those terms specifically defined in policy? I'm not so sure. I think if you have your general intent that it has to be original, and you have certain parameters, that you don't have to get stuck with changing those details. Focusing again on originality, transparency, and the learning process is also exactly what we need to be doing. And these are, I think, the main takeaways that might be a little different that you have not heard from other people today or this morning, is that we really need to get students into the habit of keeping their work. So they need to be able to demonstrate what they do. They need to be able to show their references. They need to be able to possibly replicate it. These are going to be all important evidence artifacts for them to be able to demonstrate that they actually have the competencies in the degrees that we're conferring. So I'm just going to go through, you might say, well, how do we build a culture of integrity? So I'm just going to run really quickly through a couple things that we've done at Waterloo. This was a poster that we put out because integrity is not always a word that people are familiar with. So what values are attached with that? This video or poster was actually not aimed at students, but aimed at other people on campus. As I mentioned, that we needed to be a role model. So in the top left, you'll see work, study, play with integrity. That means we expect everyone at our institution to act with integrity. So this poster was actually geared towards staff and instructors, letting them know that, integrity is important for them to role model as well. Certain things that we've done on campus is we keep our information as visible as we can. So we do student-facing things. We give out a lot of swag and giveaways that point students to our website, which is where we have a lot of information for them. And you can see that we've actually used this at different parts of our campus too. So these are two advertisements in sporting events. So one's on the sidelines and the one on the right is actually in our huge gymnasium. So we're trying to give screen time, airtime, right, to the values. This is also something that we put on pathways across campus. And I know that there'll be thousands of people that will walk across these messages. And I just want them to stop and think, and just have it top of mind in order to keep integrity at the forefront and to think how they can contribute to integrity at their institution. These are just a couple resources. I actually have a QR code here. I don't know if anyone wants to take it. This leads you to our website, which would give you access to those resources. Our website is coordinated in three kind of main buckets. One is for teaching, teachers, instructors, and teaching assistants. the other is for students, and another one is for staff. So we try to make it quite easy for them to get the information that they need and keep it at their fingertips. So that's it for me. I do have references too, but I won't include them there. But I just wanted to let you know that I do walk the walk and talk the talk. So thank you. I'm happy I haven't been able to watch the chat, but yes, I see Mary saying about the turn-in scores. The turn-in scores, it's been horrible about how people, again, want to cling to something that they think is an easy solution, but it's not. So we really do, even though, again, nothing that I'm saying is new, it's the harder work, right? How do we get students to appreciate those values and start operating with them so they know that taking these shortcuts is not going to reward them in the end? Thank you.
Yeah, Amanda, thank you so much. I have some reply on the using of Turnitin as an expert. In Ukraine, we have 1 or 2 years ago, maybe we have some cases now. We have very stupid situation. I am a member of National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance, and I am familiar with most of description of educational program. And we have sub-criteria about academic integrity. So in this sub-criteria, it was wrote, some text wrote, if we have the 40% of not uniqueness, we need to return this work to students without any decision from expert. What is this 40%? It's uniqueness or plagiarism. As a case, in the self-assessment document of educational program, if we have 40% of plagiarism, it's bad. So we need to return. But if we have 39, the next case, the result of the plagiarism checker, really it's not plagiarism checker, it's uniqueness checker, yeah? As a result of plagiarism checker, we have the 40% of not unique text. So we need to fire this student because it's not good. On the other hand, in Ukrainian legislative base, on the university legislative base, we have these stupid percents. PhD dissertation must contain of more than 80% of uniqueness. How to do this if my dissertation is on the base of my articles? So my articles are open, and my dissertation also has no uniqueness. But some scientific councils ask dissertants about rewriting. So what does it mean? Finally, we have this and other cases when we mix up the uniqueness and plagiarism. And we mean if we have no unique text, this is a plagiarism. And it's widespread technology in Ukrainian universities, for example, but it's bad. So if we have Turnitin or other uniqueness checker, we need also an expert. But
I appreciate what you said, Artem. I was just going to say
we have the some persons in the university policy, and it's a stupid situation, really.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of putting in rigid numbers. I did publish a work on Turnitin use at our institution back in 2018, and my recommendation is no number is a safe number. Really, you need to look at the work itself to determine that, and also it's how you use the product, right? So if you don't turn off that it will flag property referenced material, then you are going to get a high score. So that's why setting arbitrary numbers is not great practice, because you still need to look at that number. So I would, that's an unfortunate situation that's actually written in. Maybe they can adjust that just because it doesn't give you the nuances of the product, right? A product is never going to be foolproof. We know that these products can be manipulated. The plagiarism one is probably not as manipulable as the AI detection, because what will happen is students will keep spinning the work and putting it through AI to beat the degeneration tool, right? So again, reliance on detection tools is not the way I think we want to go. We need to really understand and educate students why they want to do this work themselves and why that's important.
Yeah, of course, because it's a stupid case. And for example, if we have some seminars from the developers of this program, they marked their program as anti-plagiarism programs. But really, anti-plagiarism program is the expert in this topic. Yeah, the brain of this colleague is anti-plagiarism program, and it's only the technical things. So it's very big discussion in Ukraine with these persons and the level of uniqueness of different texts. But I think it's really it's not discussion. We need now to discuss this. Yeah, if we have the work, we need to check it. If we have 5% of not unique text, we need to check what is this. So, dear colleagues, do you have any other questions? Dear Amanda, thank you so much for your presentation. It's other point of view on one problem of everyday life of generative artificial intelligence and ourselves in this environment. Okay, let me present the next speech. Yeah, we are coming to the end of our section. We have 3 presentations. With a great pleasure, I want to introduce Professor Mary Davis from Oxford Brookes University. She's academic integrity lead, and she has a topic of presentation, assisting students with ethical decision-making in use of artificial intelligence. Dear Mary, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Artem, and thanks again for inviting me. I'll just see if I can share my slides. Are they coming? I can only see a black screen. Is it?
Yeah. We need to wait a couple of seconds, I think.
Oh.
You started your presentation, but we see only the black screen as well.
Is it there now?
Yeah, great.
Hold on, I just need to move that. Okay. Brilliant. So, just to explain a little bit of context. So, what I'm talking about today, I'm talking about as academic integrity lead at my institution. And that means I have a role in developing policies and improving them. I was interested in the justification that Amanda just gave there about not changing policies, but I'm very much changing policies and procedures and also developing resources. So I'm going to be talking about those things in this session. But there are so many connections between the past few sessions and also I've been attending this event most of the day. So lots of previous sessions. I know this is such a big topic. So I'm looking at assisting students with ethical decision making in their use of AI. And I'm going to start by very briefly looking at declaration forms that we use at my institution, and then talk about a traffic lights model that I developed to try and teach students ethical decision making with AI, and then look at some research advice. So briefly at the declaration forms. This is what ours looks like, apart from 2 questions that ask some basic details about students and their assignments. We're asking them to declare what tools have you used and how did you use them. So we wanted to try and make that as simple as possible. One thing that I'm really proud about is that we introduced this within a couple of months of the launch of ChatGPT 3. And so this was available at the beginning of 2023. And I know that other institutions are perhaps still struggling to bring in a a declaration form. However, we haven't changed it yet, and I feel there's so many more things we need to incorporate and improve with this form, and I'm busy working on that at the moment. I just thought you might be interested in a bit of data from the declarations. So in the first set of iterations, this is what students were declaring. If you're not familiar with the acronym SPAC, that's spelling, punctuation, and grammar. So essentially, the main use students declared was for proofreading, but quite a number saying they were using it as a research aid. And in terms of tools, certainly in the first set, so I was looking at 500 declarations in that period. They mentioned 16 different tools. The vast majority were using ChatGPT and another tool. I haven't put them all there, but you can see Grammarly and Quillbot represented. And then in the next iteration, so a few months later, September 23 to January 24, similar number of declarations, but wow, the number of different AI tools that they declared has massively gone up from 16 to 42, and ones that include translation tools and Claude at that time. But still a huge number of students declaring ChatGPT. Here's a few examples of things that they declared. So to answer that question, how did you use it? And I find these really interesting as a window on student kind of needs and what they find difficult and look for help from AI from. And I thought a lot about these kinds of declarations and which ones we could consider easily acceptable, which ones are clearly unacceptable, and which ones that might be in the middle. So you might be able to see how I was starting to think about traffic lights. But before I get to the traffic lights, I want to introduce something else to you that I haven't seen anybody else using, so maybe this is original to me. I thought about an AI seesaw. So when a student decides to use AI, they're getting on a seesaw that could take them up, as in upskilling, where they're using AI as an assistive tool that helps them to develop their knowledge and ability. So that's what we really want. And I believe that's what students want, to upskill themselves, to go up on the seesaw. Whereas downskilling would be where they're using AI as an author or producer of work. That means they avoid the learning process. So they are downskilling themselves if they're using AI in that way. So that was one of my starting points, basically from looking at student declarations. What are they saying in terms of their use and how that could impact their learning? I didn't in the end use that in the course, but I've kept that in mind, the upskilling, downskilling, because I found that message can communicate quite well to students. So now I'm going to talk about this course that I developed, which is for our entire student body, whatever course they're doing, in other words, whatever program they're doing, they can do this course to try to teach them ethical decision making. So the process of development was analysing the initial declarations as my evidence base and then applying universal design for learning. So really important to my whole approach to academic integrity is inclusion. I want to make sure all students get the educational opportunities that they need, that no one is disadvantaged, that messages are clear and accessible. So I use universal design for learning all the way through my resources. And then incorporating a universally understood symbol, which is the traffic light, and then developing this inclusive course. So in case you're not familiar with universal design for learning, I make use of the 4 elements of comprehension, which can go in a kind of chronological order. So firstly, you want to activate or supply background knowledge for the student, then highlight patterns and relationships, guide their information processing and then enable them to maximize their transfer, so to generalize and apply their learning. So that was what I was doing. The reference is CAST, who are an organization that present universal design for learning really comprehensively. So for activating and supplying background knowledge, at the beginning of the course, I provide a brief introduction to why students need to do the course and the importance of AI at present. Then I introduce traffic lights. What I try to do with this course is to get students to make an association between the traffic lights and stop, check, go in terms of their AI use. A lot of people ask me to just have two sides. So basically, what's okay, what's not okay. So those kind of black and white options. But black and white options always give you a grey area. And grey areas are where you get lost and quite unhelpful. Whereas traffic lights, you've got a middle light, but you know what to do. You have to check. So I made that association with checking. Is it okay to proceed or not? That they then check with assignment instructions or with their tutor or another member of staff at the institution. And so stop inappropriate practice, check anything that could come into at risk, possibly okay, but probably they have to stop, and then go with appropriate use. And then I've got my son, who's later, to make my design of an integrity car. The student's driving the integrity car. It's a Mini because we're in Oxford, and Minis are still manufactured in Oxford, just about. The Mini's driving along University Street and comes to a traffic light, and the student then thinks, stop, check, or go. So I know sometimes I get responses from staff, they're not so delighted with traffic lights, or they can see some of the limitations. But I have to say, all the feedback I get from students, they really love it. So that I take as important feedback. So in terms of now guiding information processing, I created a table. I recognized that for some students, the colors don't work, so I incorporated some symbols as well, consistently throughout. So a tick for appropriate use, a question mark for at-risk practice, and a cross for inappropriate use. And then went through a number of themes that can be associated with students' production of assignments. So authorship being really key, as ethical use is where the student is the author of the assignment. At risk could be if they're relying on AI tools for a part of the assignment, and unethical where the student is no longer the author of the assignment. I also went through a number of other concepts, so transparency, starting assignments, and many others. I'm not going to go through all of those, and the table would get illegible. But I have a number of those just to show you what the guiding information processing is like, to try to illustrate that. And then in terms of maximizing transfer and generalization, I designed an exercise that is based on the examples from the student declarations. So the first one, explaining keywords to check your understanding. So if they're using AI to explain keywords, then that seems very clearly appropriate practice. So students choose their response and then they get feedback. So in this case, there is feedback that, yes, this is appropriate practice. It's fine to get explanations of keywords from AI to check your understanding. But then there's always advice that introduces some caution. So don't forget that AI tools work by predicting text, so they may generate some inaccurate information. So that's the exercise. And then just to show you a few of the changes. So since I launched this course in September 2023, I've been gathering feedback through a research project from students and from staff. and making changes. So I'm now committed to making changes to this course at least once a year, probably until I retire, I think, or something else happens. But basically, I made these changes. What I want to show you here is in the first year, I had this advice: carrying out your research, no, this is inappropriate practice. You must not use AI tools to carry out your research. Quite a stark bit of advice that I was giving then. And then gradually seeing student practices, working with the library, finding out more about how students were using AI, I moved to a number of different bits of advice about how to use AI in research. And I think this concurs with what Martine was presenting earlier about advice that it's all right to help you to find some sources. So you might use some AI research tools in your research process, but don't rely on the AI tools for sources. Also use some other sources, and especially try and use the library databases, make your own review, remember to declare your use. So there's lots of other advice involved there, but I'm no longer saying don't use AI for research, because I've recognized that's the wrong advice to give, and we need to keep moving with student practices, with more understanding of all of us about the role of AI in student work, and also what constitutes learning. I mentioned already that I've been working with the library at my institution. We've been actively encouraging students to use some tools such as Research Rabbit. I think that was mentioned earlier in another session. So something that students could do is use Research Rabbit as a means of seeing connections between sources. For many students, a visual map is really helpful. I understand that many students might feel quite overwhelmed by the huge generation of lots and lots of sources, whereas if they have a visual map, it's providing a bit of a starting point to then explore that literature. So quite a helpful bit of advice, I think. Now, this is where I think I differ with Amanda, who's saying don't revise policies or create new ones. We have created new policies. First of all, to create that policy, we needed to have instructions, explicit instructions with every assignment brief. So another thing that I have tried to ensure with every assignment at my institution is they must mention either it's option A, B, or C with the how students carry out that assignment. So either it's general use, or it's they can't use it, or they've got to use it in a specific way. And so every assignment brief has got instructions, and therefore we can move to defining AI misuse. Some of the times I've heard people today talking about we want to stop use. I think we want to stop AI misuse, and that's an important distinction. And misuse, we define as three things. The first is making a parallel to plagiarism. So the use of AI to generate text, materials, or other outputs passed off as the student's own. So in other words, they are overusing AI, and AI is becoming the author of the work rather than the student. They're no longer using it as a tool. Then, because we have this institute-wide requirement for all assignments to include instructions about AI, if they don't comply with those instructions, then that's also misuse. And then they must declare it, because that's also a requirement of our process. They must declare it. So if students don't follow those three elements of how we define misuse of AI, then it is misconduct. Otherwise, their use of AI is not misconduct. So that's how we've managed to get to that point, which I'm sure will change again, but that's where we are right now. I've heard others talking very much about this, and I wanted to also emphasize what we need to do now is keep focusing on detecting knowledge and learning. And yes, that session by, sorry, it was David and I can't remember the other presenter's name, sorry. They were talking about the Viva exam or the oral exam. And I do think there's quite a place for this now. Rather than throwing out all writing, I think we've got to explore what are students learning and ensure that they are meeting learning outcomes. There is a big place now for more oral assessment, not necessarily a Viva, it could be an alternative task. But I like to ask these sorts of questions. There's a few questions for you. I know I've probably run out of my time, so some things for perhaps what you'd like to take away and my sources. And I'll stop sharing. Thank you so much.
Dear Mary, thank you so much. What is the most insightful thing that you told, that we need to stop misuse of generative artificial intelligence? Yeah, really. But unfortunately, we have no other common rules. So we are talking about the appropriate using, appropriate attribution, and other things. But I'm an engineer, for example, and I want to create the drawing of some device. Yeah. Is generative artificial my assistant or no? Is it intellectual product or no? Because I know that we have the unique, that we have the standard parts of this device. Yeah, but the size and dimensions are different. So, and maybe I had the example of using of generative artificial intelligence in social sciences. Yeah, some colleagues told me, we ask a student to create the survey on some topic on the base of generative artificial intelligence. After this, we have, I don't know, approximately 5, 7, 10 iterations of correction of primary text. Is it okay? Is it possible to use generative artificial intelligence in this case? So we need to have different rules for different areas of expertise. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think it has to be decided at a disciplinary level. I've recently been working with some computer science lecturers who are really concerned that the students now are not learning how to code because they're using AI, that's replacing their learning. So, I think certain skills, probably more in the STEM subjects, that there has to be another approach, which for certain tasks, they should not use AI. But it's difficult. I feel with everything, we have to keep working it out as we go. We have to do lots of tests. But overall, our concern should be our students still learning. So what I say when people say, why can't we just detect AI? So we are not using the Turnitin AI detection or any detection. And when people argue with me about that, I said, our focus should not be AI detection. It should be detection of learning. We have to know, are the students learning? That's the most important concern for us. And I think the whole debate about AI detection may gradually fade away if we just focus on our students learning. If they're not learning through this task because they're using AI, maybe we have to create another task. But, it's it's really important to keep working and keep evolving and understand our knowledge. So, yeah.
Yeah. At this time, for example, maybe we have this experience at the Summa State University. I proposed last year to include to syllabi 3 options of using of generative artificial intelligence. If you, the first option is use Gen AI in every place during every assessment task. The next one, please use in this specific task for the solving of this problem. And the next one, please don't use the generative artificial intelligence in this case. So it's the first step. And the next step is some kind of instructions and responsibility of faculty. In this course, in this class, you need to use generative artificial intelligence in this way, or no. So yeah, we have now the opportunity to create the common politics. It depends. It depends, of course, on the specialty and many other details. So, dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Mary? Thank you so much. I understand that we have a long session, but it's very interesting to hear and to see all of you and to see some tips and insights. Okay, let's move to the next presentation. I want to introduce our next presenter, Professor Tatiana Vasilyeva. She is editor-in-chief of International Scientific Journal Business Ethics and Leadership, and the title of your presentation is Integrity, Open Science and Artificial Intelligence, a specific journal publisher's perspectives. Dear Tatiana, you are more than welcome. Yeah, your presentation is available, and
dear colleagues, is everything okay?
Yeah.
One moment. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First, I'm glad to welcome you to this conference. Today, I'm speaking not only as the researchers whose scientific interests include topics related to education, science, and innovation, but also as a representative of German publishing house that one of the co-organizers of this conference. Academic Research and Publishing, RNP, was founded in Hamburg and publishes books and 4 journals in the field of social science. All these journals in the field are indexed in a number of reputable cyanometric databases, and our publishing house, as the publisher, is a full member of many professional scholarly publishing associations, a regular participant in editorial forums and conferences, and keep track of innovations in the field of academic publishing. In my presentation, I will cover all 3 main topics that are the focus of this conference, but from the perspective of academic publishers. So I will begin with analysis of the role of publishers in ensuring the research, editorial, and publishing integrity, then move to an overview of publishing contribution to the development of open science. And lastly, I will discuss a little bit the challenges and opportunities that artificial intelligence has brought to academic publishing. The concept of integrity is one of the most fundamental for academic publishers. It allows to maintain trust in scholarly publications. The 3 core areas of integrity: research integrity, editorial integrity, and publishing integrity, are jointly significant for academic publishers because they facilitate the creation of comprehensive and trusted ecosystem of scholarly communications. The reputation of publishers is a crucial factor attracting high-quality submission and readers. A lack of research integrity, first one. For example, the publication of falsified studies can damage the credibility of the journal. A lack of the editorial integrity, third one, such as the use of biased reviews, can prevent high-quality researchers from submitting their work. Finally, a lack of publishing integrity, third one, including use of predatory practices, can lead to a loss of institutional and public trust. By aligning all 3 domains of integrity, publishers can protect their reputation and demonstrate their commitment to maintaining high standards. Each publisher must ensure that research is original, properly attributed to its authors, and free from plagiarism or fabricated data. The examples of well-known retractions, such as those related to the falsification of studies of coronavirus treatment in leading journals, for example, Lancet, illustrate that necessity for strong research integrity to guarantee the credibility of academic institutions. When submitting a manuscript, publishers often require authors to also submit a declaration confirming that authorship and originality of the paper. For any of our R&P journals, such declaration is a part of the cover letter that authors submit together with their manuscripts. Today, publishers have a wide range of anti-plagiarism solutions. Some of them are presented on this slide. In addition to a comprehensive and constantly growing database, modern anti-plagiarism systems include AI detector, integration with other programs, multiple languages, and more and more. To make sure that submitted papers is innovative, scientifically significant, and of high quality, the academic and scientific community uses such process as peer review. Cases of compromised editorial integrity, such as peer review ring scandal, in which falsified peer review were used to manipulate acceptance decision, demonstrate the consequences of poor editorial ethics. Although peer review is constantly developing with new models and the changes to traditional models regularly introduced, the most common remain single anonymized, single blind, double anonymized, double blind, and open peer review. All R&P journals, our journals, use the double blind peer review system. To ensure scientific integrity, scientific journals and publishers use a certain set of ethical standards and guidelines. At the same time, these standards are constantly changing and guidelines are being improved. Several organizations also exist that support and advocate for maintaining high standards of research conduct. Number one all over the world, Committee on Publication Ethics, provide guidelines and support to journals and publishers to help maintain ethical standards in publishing. It offers resources on issues like plagiarism, authorship disputes, peer review, conflict of interest, so. In collaboration, the 4 most significant associations that promote publishing integrity have developed the principles of the transparency and the best practice in scholar publishing. These principles were established to provide a framework of publishers, editors, and other stakeholders in academic publishing, with the objective of enhancing the integrity and reliability of scholarly publications, especially in the context of open access publishing. The global academic community has developed a number of declarations in which publishers or individual scientists confirm their compliance with the research integrity standards. The Singapore Statement of Research Integrity emphasizes the importance of addressing conflict of interest. Declaration of Helsinki is set of the ethical guidelines for conducting medical research involving human participants. The Declaration of Research Assessment is one of the important initiatives aimed at improving how research is accessed, particularly challenges the tendency to place too much emphasis on journal impact factors for evaluation individual research. Now I would like to move to the second part of my presentation, namely an overview of the contribution of publishers to the development of open science. Journals and publishers play a crucial role in advancing open science by promoting the free, transparent, and accessible dissemination of the scientific research. Currently, there are 2 dominant models of the dissemination of academic research on the public. There are open access and closed access, also known as subscription-based access models. Many publishers have moved from traditional subscription-based models to various open access models, like full open access models. The concept of open access is based on the principle that published research should be available to the general public without necessity to subscription or payment. This model facilitates a larger audience of the scientific findings, making them accessible to anyone in any time and from any geographical location. However, this approach also presents potential challenges, including the increasing cost of article processing charge, and the risk of predatory journals capitalizing on the open access model for their profits. Open access has 3 types, which are presented on this slide, and all our journals use the gold open access model. In addition to adopting open access models, a good practice among publishers to encourage or require authors to deposit their raw data in public repositories. Some of them are presented on this slide. This allows other researchers to verify results, reuse the data, and advance new research. Our R&D journals align with the guidelines set by United Kingdom Research and Innovation Common Principles on Data Policy. And we ask all our authors either to indicate the location of the data or to make a statement that the corresponding author is ready to provide access on this data upon request. It's important to highlight that all articles published in our R&D journals are to include the mandatory data availability section. Publishers and journals are also promoting open science by asking their authors to publish detailed methodologies, protocols, and experimental procedures, ensuring that others can replicate this research. Many journals now allow authors to submit preprints, peer-reviewed manuscripts to repositories when their research can be shared, getting the feedback before formal publication. And some of them are represented on this slide. Journals and publishers are often using open license. The most popular is Creative Commons. Publishers clearly state the type of license under which a work is published, providing researchers and readers with the freedom of use of work as long as they adhere to the terms of license. Creative Commons license offers different levels of openness and control, and as presented on this slide. And our journals publish papers under the terms and conditions of Creative Commons Attribution CC BY 4.0. It allows others to distribute, remix, adapt, and build upon the work, even commercially, as long as they credit of the original creator. Many journals collaborate with the open science initiatives and platforms to support open practice across the research lifecycle. Some of them are presented on this slide. Publishers and journals are signing on the international open science networks to align their practice with global standards and work together toward common open science goals. The Open Access Scholarly Publishers Association serves as a key organization in the open access publishing landscape and play a significant role in fostering collaboration between publishers, researchers, institutions, and other stakeholders. The Coalition S, with its Plan S, it's a very important global initiative that is transforming the future of the academic publishing by advocating for a quick transition to open access. Our publishing house, R&P, is a publisher has signed a number of open access initiatives. There are Budapest Open Access Initiative, Berlin Declaration, Cape Town Declaration, and many more. Now I would like to move to the third part of my presentation, namely short overview of the challenges and opportunities that artificial intelligence has brought to academic publishing. As artificial intelligence technologies continue to transform various aspects of academic publishing, many publishers are starting to develop specific policies and guidelines for AI. These policies primarily address ethical concerns, the impact of AI on research integrity, and the potential for AI to assist in various aspects of publishing, such as manuscript evaluation, content generation, and peer review. According to authorship criteria, as well as Committee on Publication Ethics and International Committee of Medical Journal Editors position on authorship, only human beings can be listed as authors. Still, if AI system contributes to the writing, data analysis, or even the development of the research question, authors may need to clearly underline this in their manuscripts. Our policies indicate that the author must describe, both in the cover letter and in the submitted paper, which AI technology was used, name, version, model, source, etc., and how they used it. In addition, we, as many other publishers, have implemented plagiarism detection software that can also detect potential points of AI usage. The incorrect usage of AI or not indicating the usage of AI may serve, unfortunately, as a reason for the rejection of the manuscript. Still, such tools are still being developed. So now different software programs can mark different parts of the research as written by AI. So the review of each manuscript is unique and requires expert evaluation by editors. Having studied different publishing practices for AI-assisted peer review, we decided to ask our reviewers to refrain from the using generative AI tools for reviewers. These tools may disclose sensitive information, violation author's copyright. Even more, manuscripts containing personal information must be solved carefully to protect data privacy rights. Any other use of AI technology has to be discussed before review with our editors and further indicated in the referee reports. In our practice also happened instance when authors use text created by AI in their research papers, in their manuscripts. In these cases, it's important to cite AI technology used properly. According to APA style, which we used in our journals, AI should be cited as the algorithm's output. And the example, according to the APA style presented of this slide. In conclusion, I would like to thank the participants of the conference for their attention to this topic and invite you to the collaboration. Our publishing house to support and co-organize a scientific conference. If you, dear colleagues, have such proposals, we are very interested in dissemination knowledge about current trends in open science, academic integrity in all its dimensions. Our We, by the way, we annually update composition board maps. So I invite motivated colleagues to join us. The focus of the mathematics section is that they're being discussed at this conference. Thank you very much for your attention. I will send my presentation to Artem in order to share with everyone who is interested. Maybe the links I added to my presentation will be useful for some of the conference participants. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Tatiana, thank you so much for your presentation. It's a last presentation, as I see from the list of participants and attendees for the section A, international section, and after this it will be section B, only for Ukrainian colleagues, which will participate and present the abstracts and their topics, but it will be a little bit later. We have the technological presentation. How to use the principles of academic integrity, open science, and artificial intelligence using in the politics of scientific journals. It's great, and if we have this complete core, I think it's a way to success of these journals, because all international journals need to be not only the core of scientific research, but a core of technological advancement. So, but I have, on the other hand, I have a question. This question is regarding artificial intelligence and our opinion, is the artificial intelligence author or no? On one of the last slides, you demonstrated how to correctly cite artificial intelligence in publication following the most widespread APA style. Have you ever come across cases in your publishing practice where authors have cited AI in their articles? And doesn't this argue against your thesis that AI cannot be an author? Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Artem. The fundamental principle of our publication policy is that artificial intelligence should not be identified as an author. Fundamental principle. Separate page on our website provides detailed explanation of our standards and procedures regarding the utilization of AI in the publishing process. In case in which an author doesn't indicate the utilization of AI-based software in the article, but our AI checking software detects the AI assist process, we reserve the rights to reject such articles, even on the very early stages, desk review stages, or initiate the discussion between editorial board members, between editor and authors. Even in cases when the author has employed AI-based software such Grammarly or DeepL for the proofreading, even the author should indicate in the article. And no question, it's important to highlight in manuscript the specifics of the AI role, including what application, where it was used, what was used for. One illustration to illustrate. One of our authors from United States of America published an article in our Business Ethics and Leadership Journal. The article presented the results of student survey investigating the utilization of AI in the educational process. The questionnaire was generated by AI, and this was done as a part of research design, as a part, especially for this research. And the AI-generated text of the questionnaire was presented in the article, in the appendix, and we asked the author cited correctly this AI-generated text according the APA style citation follow this template that I demonstrate in my presentation.
Thank you so much for this deep answer, because we know that Gen I is an author of some materials, but not an author of final product. Yeah. So, dear colleagues, we finished our today's program, international today's program, in the session A. So after the short break, 10 minutes break, we returned, and we expect the some presentation from Ukrainian colleagues, but now I see that we have only 2 colleagues from Ukraine. Of course, it depends on the current situation in Ukraine. It depends on electricity. So some of colleagues are not connected to the to our session, but still we have some colleagues. What I want to say, first of all, I want to say many thanks to all participants and all speakers for their valuable and amazing presentations. It's a very difficult to understand level of deep research in each investigation. So we see only result, and these results are amazing. So I want to say many thanks to all colleagues. I want to say many thanks for support of Ukraine, because we saw and we heard that Ukraine has the support from our international colleagues, and it's very, very important for us. So for today, our international part is closed. If you want to join to our local Ukrainian part, you are very welcome to do this. But on the other hand, I think that we have about 8 or 7 and a half hours of our presentation. So I think you are tired. So if you want to join, it's voluntary. So thank you so much again, and see you tomorrow. Tomorrow in the morning we have the international session, session A, and after this will be also Ukrainian session. So, dear colleagues, bye for that colleagues who don't want to join us in Ukrainian session, and see you tomorrow. For other colleagues, let's meet during 10 minutes. So we have a short break, and
thank you very much.
Thank you so much.